Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Fort Scott Sports Live here in Arnold Arena for another men's and women's doubleheader tonight for the Greyhounds. I'm Drake Miller, joined by Michael, and we will be taking you through the action tonight as Neosho County visits Fort Scott Community College. This broadcast is brought to you by Croccan, your community technology partner. Don't get bit by slow speeds and high prices. Get Gigabit, the fastest internet in Southeast Kansas. Learn more at ruralfiber.net or ruralfiber.org or visit ckt.net for more information. Michael, we've been broadcasting this team for quite a while now, right before the winter break, right after the winter break, carrying on all the way into February, and this season slowly starting to come to its conclusion. It's a bit bittersweet, you know, getting into that spring weather. Of course, you can hear the weather outside, or you can feel the weather outside, as well as just baseball season in general, all the fun outdoor things, but also a little bit sad that basketball season's coming to an end.
Absolutely, but the ladies are sending us off on the right note. They've tallied together a 3-game win streak now, so they're trying to send us out on a high note into the spring and some good weather. Got the first win at home last week too. That was nice to see. So Neosho County, a good opponent, 16-8. Fort Scott on the kind of the right track to look to upset this team as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing this team really start to put some I guess good spells together here. They've always been a very competitive women's team. Unfortunately, due to some injury and other factors, just unable to play the full-size roster. But this team's a fighting team. They've been really trying to work hard this season, give themselves a shot at every game, and really they have. I mean, it's been a long time, Michael, since we have seen a blowout on this team. Now, they do have their hands full tonight. Neosho County is a very competitive women's team themselves. 16-8 record going up against the 4-11 Greyhounds. Obviously, a lot more games played for this Neosho County team, 9 more to be specific. And, I always like to think if you'd have given Fort Scott 9 more games, of course they would have won them, 13 wins. So realistically, in my head, it's a 13-win team. But, all jokes aside, 16-8 going up against the 4-11 team. This Neosho County team is legit. They're a good scoring team. They're a good defensive team. It's going to be a tough matchup for this Fort Scott Greyhounds, but I never say never,
You can never say never. That's the sport of basketball. That's the beauty of sports to begin with. And a mutual opponent that both teams have faced in the last week or two is Labette. And Fort Scott bested Labette, as you guys watched last Wednesday, 64-59 in a very tough game where we saw some of our players struggling with foul trouble. Mariah Moss, to be specific, fouled out. And Neosho County was only able to beat Labette by 2 points. So kind of a mutual opponent that kind of gives you hope in recent affairs.
Yeah, and just looking at that mutual opponent, obviously you kind of know what you're going up against. You've got film to see really how they adapted against Labette County, how you adapted, what was going on differently between the two teams. So this is going to be an interesting one. Like I said, two competitive teams going to go at it. The key here for tonight, if I were to give a key to the game for the Greyhounds, it's got to be to limit turnovers. Turnovers have been a killer. The scoring, the shooting percentage really hasn't been that high, but I'm not going to really emphasize that as much as I am turnovers, because as long as you're giving yourself opportunities at the basket, eventually those shots are going to fall. That's the game of basketball, and like you said, the game of basketball is never say never. I'm a big football fan. I like to say any given Sunday. Today, it's any given Wednesday. Any of these teams could best each other on any given Wednesday, any given Friday, whatever day of the week, it could happen.
Absolutely, and just to tag along with you saying, turnovers also Mariah Moss, we saw fouls. We only have a 6 or 7 person rotation. You got to keep those fouls to a limit. You want to keep everybody out of foul trouble so you can use that full 7-man rotation and keep all your players somewhat energized. It gives you those chances to bench 1 or 2 players at a time for a couple minutes and get everybody somewhat replenished throughout the full game.
Yeah, and foul trouble has been something that especially those post players have struggled with. Rousseau, we saw her get into a bit of trouble. Moss get into trouble. Tonight, looking at these starting rosters as I run through them real quick, I'm going to mention one name first, and that's Jasmine Rousseau. She's fit her way into the 5-man squad of this Greyhounds team to start the game. And I think I know why. I haven't actually talked to Coach Sturgis about this, and this is going to be something that I bring up in the post-game coaches interview. But I believe it is to keep Moss out of foul trouble. Keep Rousseau in there to start the game off. Moss can come in, play kind of that power post position, and then come out whenever it's not necessarily needed by any means. And also just to see what can Rousseau do against a competitive team like this. We're really just kind of looking across this Neosho County team. There's one player that really stands out. That's number 33. That's Divine Brown. She looks significantly taller than the rest of these ladies. But everybody else pretty, I don't want to say average size, but nothing too stand out-ish on their height. So you've got one player to really keep your eye on. If Rousseau can just figure her out and dial her number in, I'd say this Greyhounds team is going to have a much easier time underneath the basket.
And that's what they do so well, is they play such physical defense while most times not finding that foul. They do a great job of staying disciplined. They run that strong zone defense that makes it so hard for teams to attack against. And when you have such a tall attacker that is so good from behind the arc, she made 6 threes last game versus the Bet. You kind of worry how you're going to attack that when you normally run a 2-3 zone that is optimized to forcing those outside shots.
Well, let's go ahead and get into these starters before the PA announces them and spoils them for you here on Fort Scott Sports Live. Running through the Neosho County starters. Number 3, we got the 5'5" sophomore guard out of Riverton, Kansas. Oh, wait. We're going to actually take a break here. We're going to step aside for the national anthem before I get too deep into this. Totally forgot. We'll step aside for a moment. We'll be right back after this. And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. Go ahead and jump into these starters. Like I said, number 3, the 5'5" sophomore guard from Riverton, Kansas, Chloe Parker, just down the road from here, actually. Followed by number 12, the 5'11" redshirt freshman forward out of Belgium, Boca Graulis. Followed by number 14, the 5'5" freshman guard out of Houston, Texas, Sophia Morales. Number 23, the 5'8" freshman guard forward out of Omaha, Nebraska, Jessica Houston. And number 30, the 5'10" freshman guard / forward out of Eureka, Kansas. That is, or no, excuse me, out of, Eureka, Kansas. that is Lainey Winfrey. And then for Fort Scott, as we roll over to them, starting off with number 11, the 5'3" sophomore guard out of Kiev, Ukraine, Sofia Fedina. Number 14, the 5'11" sophomore forward out of Garnett, Kansas, Caitlin Foltz. Number 15, the 5'8" freshman guard out of Anadarko, Oklahoma, Ashley Pulaw. Number 21, the 5'8" sophomore forward out of Sperry, Oklahoma, Haley Edmondson. And rounding out this 5-man roster, as mentioned previously, number 22, the 5'10" sophomore forward out of Memphis, Tennessee, Jasmine Rousseau. And that will be the starting 5 across the board for both of these teams, starting 10 on the floor. As we get set. The Panthers versus the Greyhounds. And here we go. Foltz wins the opening tip. Fedina picks up, tosses to Edmondson, and a collision off rip. That's going to be Jessica Houston, credited with her first foul.
And you're seeing Neosho County come out in a press, even out of the tip. You have to imagine they're trying to speed up Fort Scott and try to tire out that 6-man rotation right away.
Inbound gets to Fedina. Over to Rousseau, and now transition to Pulaw. Edmondson back out, and Fedina will draw up the offense. A very speedy start. This team looking alive tonight after their 3-game win streak. Fedina trying to find a driving lane. Kicks back around, Pulaw loses it. Very uncharacteristic out of Ashley Pulaw. And now Neosho County working it. Parker for the triple, can't get it. Rebound, Fedina works it back out, and Pulaw will take it down the floor. Pulaw, triple coverage. Kick out, Edmondson for the triple. Yes! Haley Edmondson lining up the arc to start this game, and a missed layup from Sophia Morales gives the Greyhounds the ball once again. Something to note here as well is that name I mentioned earlier, number 33 for Neosho County, Divine Brown, not in the game in the starting lineup, which is very interesting to see. So this Greyhounds team really applying some pressure right now after another foul. That comes from Chloe Parker, her first, team second.
Yeah, that really is an interesting head scratcher. When you look at Neosho County's recent box score against Labette, that she had 20 points, and like I already said, 6 3-pointers. She brought that perimeter presence that Fort Scott is really good at letting teams use. So, an interesting decision, nonetheless.
And not even bringing her in on the first substitution of the game either. As Neosho County makes a switch. And maybe this Rousseau's start is what Fort Scott needed. To really try to kick things into gear. Kick out, here's a 3. And that one rattles off the rim, out of bounds. And they will say it stays with the Panthers. Very hard-fought ball by Edmondson and company. That 3-pointer out of Lainey Winfrey's hands. Parker works it over to Winfrey. Back out to the new face. That's Tania Jones. The layup won't go from Parker. Pulaw tries to pick it up after the errant pass from Edmondson. And that will be a jump ball turnover. Still 5-0. Morales to Jones. Jones out to Winfrey. Winfrey trying to dribble her way around Foltz. Hands it off. Here's Houston. Jones, good passing lane. And Pula gets the board on the missed layup. Feeling pressure. Fedina's got to get it across midcourt, and she does. Rousseau to Pula. Chaotic first couple of minutes here in this matchup. Over to Edmondson and Foltz. Pula with limited time has to take the shot. Rattles off the rim and into the hands of Morales. Morales hands off Winfrey for the two. Can't get it off the back iron. Foltz gets fouled. That one goes against Winfrey.
And Fort Scott so far doing a great job of handling this pressure. Haven't allowed too many turnovers. We've only really seen them come off the boards. And besides that, they've really done a great job of containing this pressure. But you have to imagine they're going to see a brand new wave of it as 5 new fresh legs come in.
11, 15, 21, and 25 all checking in for Neosho County. We'll get to those in a minute. Pascal also checking in before Mariah Moss. As Fedina works it to Pula, 5 seconds. Pula, short range jumper, can't get it. And it is a shot clock violation with the sound of the buzzer. A good effort there. Pula just needed to get the rim there on that initial shot. Coming in was Jada Harris, followed by number 15, KG Yang, number 21, Janae Davis, and number 25, Dagmara Kakperzak.
Rousseau there just unable to get her hands out of the defender's space there and got 2 hands on the wrist, led to that foul. That also leads to the substitution of Mariah Moss for the first time tonight. Curious to see how her presence makes an impact in this game.
So Moss coming in for the first time. Inbound makes it to Kakperzak. Pull up from inside the paint, and we've got an and one. Foltz and Fedina back-to-back fouls here for the Greyhounds, and an opportunity for Harris to make a little 2 or 3-point play, and she does. Pula to Pascal. Back around, trying to work it inside. Pascal to Foltz, and it's stripped away. Got a foul called, and that is going against Caitlin Foltz, her second. So Rousseau checks right back in.
And Coach Sturge is not impressed with that offensive performance right there from the team. And Caitlin Foltz is the scapegoat.
Well, you came out firing on all cylinders, and things have quickly slowed down. That confidence just not quite there like we saw in the first 2 minutes. Inside, Moss goes to work in the paint, and this one dribbles out. And they will say she was laying on the line. That was Janae Davis. Pua gets it into Pascal. Pascal off the glass and in. A good 2-pointer for Jada Pascal. Way to work off of the out of bounds. This one off the bottom of the backboard. The putback, no good either. Rebound, Moss. Work it down with Pascal. Gets it across just in time to Pula. Now Rousseau trying to work underneath the basket. Gets fouled and will be headed to the line.
All of a sudden, you're starting to see pretty successful offensive possessions just because we're able to penetrate the basket and just allow defensive breakdowns against this Neosho County side. They've taken full advantage of it so far.
Well, we will take a break and we'll be right back after this media on Fort Scott Sports Live. Stay tuned.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed.
For the stock market.
Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Is reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
How is it so fast?
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live, Jasmine Rousseau shooting free throws, and this is the second free throw shooter that we have seen today from the Greyhounds, both times pulling all four back on defense, not even worrying about the rebound, which I gotta say, it's working out so far.
Can't risk a foul in any circumstance, and that's the worst way to get a foul is off a rebound on a free throw.
And also maybe taking a little bit of the pressure off of the shooters as well, as they are perfect so far. Driving off the glass, no good, off of the hands. And I don't have that number written down. It's 0, Leilani Carter, who checked in not too long ago. And that is the second foul against Brown. And we've got free throws coming up for Pula, being the 5th team foul. So first player to enter 2-foul territory for Neosho County. Second player overall with Foltz residing. Pula cashes in on her first.
And if Fort Scott can cash in on these free throws all night, you could see a lot of easy points being picked up by the mishaps in Neosho County in this pressure defense.
Well, 4:40 to go in the first. You're already in bonus. I mean, you're in prime position here to try and force some pressure, up by 8. And this Neosho County team having trouble just getting the ball through the bucket as well. So everything really panning out in Fort Scott's favor. Here's Carter, resetting from midcourt. 8 seconds on the shot clock, driving. Here is Kakperzak, shot goes up, comes back down in the hands of Pula, fighting for the rebound. Still facing the pressure, and a big foul off of the collision from Leilani Carter, which will leave Edmondson at the line now, and she's holding that shoulder a little bit. maybe a little bit rattled after that.
But you can see Fort Scott just half a step ahead of Neosho County in these press breaks, and they're able to draw so many fouls off it because Neosho County is just so aggressive, trying to steal the ball and get transition buckets, run out these Fort Scott Bulldogs out of the gym, and right now it's just not working.
That is the first missed free throw for Fort Scott, coming from Edmondson, who drained a 3 earlier, but she makes up for it there. Makes the second opportunity, still gets some points out of the foul. And that is just kind of showing the lethality of being in bonus so early in a quarter. This one's tipped out of bounds by Fort Scott. That was only 40 seconds separating that first set of bonus free throws and the second set of bonus free throws. Kick out to Winfrey. Now over to Houston, and now touching it is Morales. Driving and peeled away by Pua. This one's tipped, and a shot clock violation. That is what you love to see if you are Fort Scott.
And that's just a morality booster. Coach Sturgis loving it. That just puts so much more momentum in your baskets compared to Neosho County. If you're Fort Scott, you have to capitalize right now and pile it on offensively.
And a good save by Edmondson to keep the ball alive. Moss kicks out Pula from the point. Can't cash in on the first. And rebound is into the hands of Houston. Taking it around the perimeter is Parker. It's tipped by Pascal, and they'll say it's out of bounds on a good save from Houston, who I believe actually touched it and was forced to jump out of bounds to try and save it. Winfrey with it now, pulls up from the point for 3, trying to get the second set of points from this team, and another peel away underneath the paint. Kick out, Houston, a flat 3, cashes in.
And if you're Fort Scott, those are the turnovers you have to avoid, the ones on your own half of the court, because those can lead to easy counteract points in Neosho County.
Well, and certainly ones that you wouldn't expect to see either, as Sturgis calls timeout, keeps the ball in Fort Scott's possession. But like I was saying, those are ones, you know, you've got your strong body down low, Mariah Moss. You would expect her to really be able to hang on to that ball, and it was just stripped out right off of the rebound. And surely something, maybe a little bit of an awakening there for Moss to be like, hey, I gotta hang on to this a little bit tighter, and that's not gonna happen again in the game.
Yeah, no, this comes down to situationship and discipline right there. Mariah Moss just not exactly settled into this high-octane pressure that Neosho County is bringing just yet. I'm sure after that timeout, Coach Sturgis let her know, hey, got to be a little more aware down there, all 94 feet. People will have the hands at your feet, at your basketball.
Yeah, I mean, this Neosho team is going to be handsy. They're going to want to try and get in there. We've seen 6 fouls already, so not afraid to get physical at all. Fedina gets the inbound, now facing the trap, and this one's tipped out of bounds by Winfrey. 14 on the shot clock. Got to keep an eye on that, as sometimes with these quick out of bounds calls, they can get out of hand, and now we've got a foul. They're gonna say Ashley Poolaw got handsy on that one.
And that's not a terrible first foul to commit if you're Poolaw. That's a transition stopping foul right there. It makes Neosho County have to run their half-court offense.
And not to mention, brings them up to 4, so bonus time for Neosho County with over 2 to go, as Winfrey tries for a 2, can't get it to fall. Moss fighting underneath and draws a foul. And that's what you want to see. Spin around a little bit, keep them at your waist, draw the extra physicality. Chloe Parker credited with her second.
Yeah, Mariah Moss already doing a much better job taking care of that basketball, wrapping around, taking a couple pivots, surveying the area, trying to find an open Greyhound, and luckily just got fouled and sent straight to the line.
First one in for Moss. Another thing to mention is the lane violations that were a big factor on this Fort Scott rebounding team for free throws. So maybe just trying to eliminate those as well for Coach Sturgis. Could be a big difference in this game as they build it back up to an 8-point lead. Moss checks back out. Rousseau and Pascal on the floor now. Foltz has not checked back in since her second foul. Probably won't for the remainder of the first. As this one working with Neosho County's KG Yang, and this foul's on the floor. Pascal credited with that foul.
And Pascal just being aggressive, trying to come behind the defender, the attacker, and shoot the ball out of her hands. Just got too much contact on the attacker's wrist that time around, and now to take her to the line for 5 fouls on the team.
First one is in for Yang. Pulon with Fadina. Now working to Edmondson, back out as they set up around the perimeter. Pua back out, Pascal, and taken away. That was, I don't even know who just shot that. 12. Rawless gets a 3 to go. Pascal takes it to the buckets, but can't get it to fall. So now taking it down the floor, Kakperzak, and they cash in on another 2. Pass to Rousseau. She's got one-on-one. Probably better to just slow it down here. As Fadina works it to Pua underneath. Drop in 2. Back up to 4 points. 30 seconds remaining here in the first. Yang, probably a carry there on the inside. 13 seconds left as Rousseau grabbed the board. Fadina to Edmondson, gets across midcourt, 6 seconds. Oh my goodness, just gives it up. And that one's out of bounds off the hands of Kakperzak. A very high intensity into that quarter.
Yeah, I think we just saw the fatigue of that 7-minute rotation really play a full effect in that last minute of the quarter. You saw multiple players during the plays, hands on the knees, hands on the hips, trying to catch their breath. That transition and high-pressure defense from Neosho County really starting to pay dividends early on.
All I gotta say for Fort Scott is where they are succeeding is when they are being strong with the ball. You've gotta hang on to it, and when you're passing the ball, when you're holding on to it, flex those muscles. I mean, it sounds foolish, but squeeze it, squeeze the ball. It's something that's so second nature to some of these great players, but for a lot of people that, maybe don't have that second nature initiative to squeeze or to pass strong, to really just get it there, you've got to consciously make the effort to hang on to the ball. That's what's costing them, is on the turnovers, on the transitions, whatever it is. got to keep your possessions as long as possible and just keep strong with the ball. Right there, they had a chance at the end of the quarter to potentially put up some points, but that was another example, you know, just kind of coughing it up, giving it back to the defense.
Yeah,
gotta
like
be strong. And it allows you to move a little bit slower, too, when you're strong. You don't have to sprint. You don't have to get around things. You just got to get it through.
You can control your own pace, and on top of that, fatigue. All these turnovers you're seeing are happening in the back half or in the middle of the court. So Neosho County is that much easily able to attack the ball in transition and get open looks.
And Moss tries to work it underneath initially, does not get the bucket, and now a foul called as Growlis was headed to the basket. That is Jada Pascal, her second. So right off the bat, a shooting foul called. Coach Sturgis expressing her frustration with the situation. Start off with the ball in the second quarter. You don't get even really a quality shot off, and then foul on the other side, which is just kind of a double whammy for this team, seeing the roster size once again.
You know, fouls are such an important part of this team that we cannot give up so easily and so early in a game.
This one's tipped. Edmondson to Pula. Got to get it across.
And then another turnover right away for Fort Scott. 2 turnovers to start the second quarter. Not at all what you need.
So a 3-point lead here for the Greyhounds. As a travel is called underneath. Tashiro actually came on at the beginning of the quarter. So a new face for Neosho County as Pulaw now facing the trap, gets it out to Rousseau. Rousseau draws a foul against 33, Divine Brown.
I will say
third.
They've done a great job of protecting the ball in the final half. Once they break that press and get in the final half, half court, and those double and triple teams, they've survived.
Yeah, I would say more so the final third, getting across that second volleyball line, because that press comes up at the top. You can't go backwards, you can only go forwards. And they're still kind of struggling with that section, but Mariah Moss making it count from underneath, extends this lead to 5 once again as Winfrey outside the perimeter. Now sidestep for 3, and a good shot there from Morellis.
Just another one of those scoring threats that Neosho County has. She had 15 points versus Lebec County last week, so no surprise that she's making a presence already.
Pula. Looking for a driving lane, kicks out. Fadina for the triple, just a bit high. Kick down low to Moss. Going to work in the paint, can't get the first. And now we're gonna have a foul against Mariah Moss. That will only be her first, so keeping her out of trouble. Sturgis doing a good job keeping her fouls to a minimum, and these fouls just really spreading out right now across this Fort Scott team. And this one's stripped, no way! Fadina. Charged with a foul, a great peel there into the hands of Moss, and then
Not a popular call, but that's a gamble you play here with this defense where you every time it's an attacker driving the basket, you're taking your hands to the ball trying to force a turnover.
Three ball does not fall off of the hands of Morales. Moss works it across midcourt to Fedina. Back over to Pula on the far side. As they kick it to Fultz. Now Pula and Fedina out on the perimeter. Moss, bounce pass inside is taken away. That's Jones on the steal. So here's Morales. This one stolen by Fedina. As she dribbles inside, step back, kick out to Pula for the three. Can't get it, and it's rebounded by Parker. Kick out to Winfrey. Looking for a driving lane, and that pass off the mark, intended for Jones. Goes out of bounds, and the Greyhounds take over as Rousseau steps in for Moss. 7:02 remaining in the second. A very slow progressing quarter here in the second. Couple fouls to start it off, and then a lot of turnovers by both of these teams. Just too many stoppages. Fultz over to Edmondson. Pula and Fedina on the perimeter. Fedina is trying to drive, dishes it to Rousseau, who works her way underneath. Can't get the shot. Now the takeaway and drive from Parker. As she works it over to Jones, and now Morales lays it in for two, tying this game up. $18 apiece. As fatigue already starting to set in for this Greyhounds squad. You can already see hands on the hips of Fedina. We've got a foul underneath. Rousseau gonna be headed to the line for two.
Yeah, I was gonna say the visible difference in fatigue but between these two teams is incredibly noticeable. You've seen all the players in the court right now struggling to catch their breath. Fedina being the main one. She's been working her tail off since the start of the quarter, running up and down the court, trying to create steals. And that's where you start to see Fort Scott in these games starting to fall off in that second half, and that fatigue's worked its course. You have to wonder what Coach Stark's game plan is against this team in the second half.
Well, you've got 13 players on this Panthers team that have all stepped in the game at one point or another. Rousseau goes 0 for 2 on that visit. Comes away empty-handed. Now we're seeing the zone defense come out as KG Yang drills a three. That's a lead taken. As Fedina's pass batted, Yang gets fouled, and she'll be headed to the line.
And right there, Fedina just, getting no support in the inbound pass. Rousseau and Fultz both just standing there on the elbow, refusing to cross to the ball and allow that inbound to be successful.
Things starting to fall apart here for Fort Scott. Once with up to an 8-point lead, 11-3. Now with a 3-point deficit after the miss from Yang. She makes the second. Edmondson facing the trap, can't do anything. She's got to pass it. I mean, gotta get the pass off there.
Yeah.
You can't let yourself get trapped. Yang takes another three, cashes in. And another turnover. As Coach Sturgis is going to need a timeout. We will step aside and take a break here on Fort Scott Sports Live. We'll be right back after this.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at bigironauctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at Call's Service.
Fort Scott Sports Live once again. 5:20 to go as Yang drives inside, and they will say it was last touched by the Greyhounds. Looking over some stats in between the break and coming back. 12 turnovers for Fort Scott as opposed to 5 from Neosho County.
And that's just an incredible difference maker. That gives up 12 offensive possessions if you're Fort Scott.
Harris gets inside.
That being Neosho County's 6th turnover. We've turned over 2-1 the ratio of Neosho County, giving up 12 offensive possessions that you've left out on the table.
Oh, I thought Harris had just scored. Let's see what the call exactly was. And that will be 10-second violation. So here's Yang working the points. Get it in, and it's back out. Taken away by Pula. Pass out to Fultz and across to Pascal. Now Pula takes it across. Working against Morales. Fultz. Edmondson on the close swing. Now Fultz trying to work her way inside. They've got a jump ball. So it sticks with the Greyhounds. 25-18. 7-point lead out of Neosho County, and that manufactured extremely quick. As Moss gets inside, gets the 2. Gonna have to utilize her. They work it over to Winfrey. This one tipped into the hands of Carter. Winfrey now with it again. Gets it to Growlis. Hands off, and in the bucket for Kakperzak. Edmondson feeling the pressure. 6 seconds to get it across midcourt. They do with Moss. Pula is looking to swing it, but she will just drive it herself. And now we've got a foul called on the floor. Winfrey credited with that. It'll be her second. 3 team fouls for Neosho County, 4 for Fort Scott.
And this has been a bad quarter comparatively to the first of Fort Scott, but if you can go into halftime with just a 1 possession deficit, you can go work with that.
Mariah Moss finding her groove underneath. Working against those post players as they work it with Growlis for the 3. Can't get it to go. It's tipped back in and out of bounds, headed to the Greyhounds side. Moss is slow to get up as teammates come over and help her out. So Rousseau. Rousseau will check back in for Mariah Moss. And now Pua to Foltz. And a bad pass there. Ends up in the grasp of Growlis.
And you can see Mariah Moss came out instantly, went to the bench, and now she's getting the ankle treated, getting a tape job on it. So you got to imagine she tweaked it on the fall.
And you gotta have her in this game, not only just because she was one of the leading scorers, if not the leading scorer so far, and that she is as I'm looking at the points, but also just another body to check in and give some fresh feet on the floor.
You take anybody you can get right now if you're Fort Scott.
They get it in, Growlis gets fouled and one. That foul goes against 21, that's Edmondson, her first. And Growlis makes it count from the stripe. 8-point lead. Foul called against Carter. That'll be her second.
And you're just seeing how much more lively this Neosho County team looks, how refreshed and refurbished they looked. Fort Scott, the complete opposite right now.
And even if that wasn't a travel, it would have been 10 seconds backcourt regardless. So now Winfrey, they work it over, back and around. The 3 will not go from Toshiro, rebounded by Pascal. Facing the pressure and through the legs of Pua. This team just on their last smidge of energy will need to keep this deficit to as minimal as possible going into the second half.
Yeah, that halftime break's gonna restart that battery. It's gonna recharge your battery. You've really gotta last these next 2.5 minutes and minimize the damages until you get there.
Winfrey's pass inside, a good one to Jones for 2. Foltz, back around to Pascal. Pascal's got to get it across midcourt. It's going to be picked up. Transition. And blocked by Pua, but a foul in the process. Jessica Houston.
Fort Scott just looking to have 0 answers with the ball in their hands right now. Just unable to even get past half court in these last 2 minutes.
Pua gets her second foul. Houston gets her first of the 2 free throws. And the second goes as well. Rousseau comes back in as the transition of Fultz is too high and out of bounds on the Greyhounds. So Neosho County, now Rousseau comes in. Winfrey out to Houston, takes a jumper off the back iron, no good. Boulard to Fultz. Rousseau. Back across and across midcourt. Will be a great save by Winfrey. The kick out pass is out of bounds on the Greyhounds. Directed towards Chloe Parker.
Yet again, Fort Scott still unable to get past that half-court mark. Offensively, we haven't seen any production because they hadn't had a chance to give himself any production.
Working inside, Tania Jones cannot get the bucket. Now down the floor, Rousseau, kick out, Edmondson for the triple, can't get it. Fultz takes a power dribble and in for 2. Fultz was in foul trouble early on in this game. Now has limited that number significantly.
Not quite sure why the play was stopped.
Correcting the shot clock, I believe, discussing whether or not it was a full change of possession. And they're gonna say it wasn't. So now the inbound gets to Kaprzak, and the lay-in from Growless. And another foul here, as that one goes against KG Yang, who has been lighting it up from all over this floor.
Yeah, KG Yang been a real threat offensively. Fort Scott hadn't had a real answer for it. Thanks to that 2-3 defense, we kind of allowed that at top of the key shooter, and she's taken full advantage of that.
First one from Fultz is in, and the second one follows.
30 seconds left. You're hoping to allow no more points from Neosho County to keep that lead at a minimum.
Growless over to Yang. Now looking to drive was Davis. The lay off the glass. I don't even think there was contact there on that one. Davis, I think, just got kind of, or not Davis. I think she just kind of got mixed up. That was Harris.
Yeah, it almost felt like she fouled herself and got rewarded for it. That's the last thing that Fort Scott needs is that unfortunate foul call. Just tallies on one more foul that we cannot afford to give.
It's now pretty well the whole crew sitting at 2 or more fouls. Boulard got to push the tempo here. Working against Growless as it gets across with Fultz. Now Edmondson pulls up long range 3. off the front of the rim into the hands of Yang. That's the fire from three. And noticeable or notable announcement here, as at the end, KG Yang was recorded for a flop warning.
Interesting.
I believe so. That'll be something to keep an eye on, but we'll go ahead and send it to a quick break here on Fort Scott Sports Live. We'll be right back with halftime stats and analysis.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why, whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find two links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find two links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, We're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
reaching residential areas.
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
And we're back for the halftime show here on Fort Scott Sports Live. Saw a pretty close call on the halftime shootouts. I can't remember the kid's name, but very impressive performance out of him, shooting from half court for a $100 Walmart gift card. Just a little more incentive for those of you that might be Greyhounds fans. Come out and support your local community college team. Get a chance potentially to come out here and shoot a half quarter for a $100 Walmart gift card. But looking across the stats here as we have this 12-point gap between these two teams at halftime. A very hard-fought game out of Fort Scott, but it just feels like it's too long for these ladies.
Yeah, it's just the fatigue, the rotation. It's just simply not enough for a 40-minute basketball game, and especially not enough when you're playing against a Neosho County Community College team that wants to run you into the dirt. Now, they've just ran it back and forth. They have a 15, 20-person rotation, whatever it is, 15 fresh legs. The first 20 minutes of this ball game, nobody looked tired for that team. And Fort Scott, the complete opposite, just having to run up and down the court for 20 minutes is just not a good recipe for success for a team that is ran this thin.
Yeah, and I think right now, if you're Coach Sturgis, you're seeing the positives of your practice, but the one thing you're missing, and I know I don't want to get into the coaching aspect of how to coach a basketball team, but it feels like you're missing a little bit of conditioning just because I know you have a limited roster size, and I know you're facing a pretty physical and aggressive team. You're only 20 minutes into this game, and your players out there are looking absolutely tanked.
Yeah.
And this is just not what you want to see going into a whole nother 20 minutes, 2 quarters of play to go, and your players are exhausted. So you're getting this break right now, 15-minute break. You're getting to sit down, kind of cool off a little bit, and then you're going to come back out onto this court and try again. And I got to say, it's going to be about midway through the third, and I'm going to predict that we're acknowledging that exhaustion once again.
Yeah, you're going to see these first 4 minutes. I'm sure it's going to look like the first quarter. Where you always look good out of the jump when you're healthy. With Fort Scott, it's just that fatigue and rotation makes itself so imminent right away. As soon as those first set of girls start getting tired, you realize you don't have a second set, and by then you're just waiting for that quarter to end so you can catch your breath for a minute, and then you're back at it for another 8 minutes. Fort Scott, it looks dire right now.
Yeah, I mean, it does look dire, and this has just been kind of one of those nights where you think, if energy wasn't a factor, and I know you can't really say that, but even if you say, you know, if they're fueled equally to Neosho County, whether that means, you know, equal amount of feet on the floor, equal amount of whatever, if you're fueled to the same level, would Fort Scott be leading right now? I'd be inclined to say yes. And I feel like we talked about being strong with the passes, being strong holding on to the ball. That's all being impacted by the tiredness of this squad. And sometimes even you go into this halftime break, you sit down in the locker room, and then you stand back up and you go, oh, uh-oh. Yeah. I'm a little too tired to really even go out and shoot this ball right now. The carbs are all gone within the first 2 quarters, and you're just feeling absolutely gassed.
Yeah, it's just fatigue is simply the name of the game for Fort Scott. There's just nothing else you can really point at besides how long can you stay energized, and, you know, the human body, it can only do so much.
Well, this team's working the ball well. Whenever they get down the floor, they're shooting the ball relatively well. As on top of that, as we just kind of look at these team stats, they're right behind the Panthers in shooting percentage. 36%, Panthers at 37%. Of course, they've had a little bit of easier looks on points off turnovers. They've had much more open looks, but even then, and also a larger selection of looks. And then three-pointers, the Panthers, that's where they've excelled. 5 for 11, 1 of 7 for Fort Scott, and that has just been the acceleration and the big boom there from specifically one name in particular, KG Yang, making back-to-back from Neosho County. And then the big number that stands out is obviously turnovers, up to 19 here in the first half. That's almost averaging 1 turnover a minute out of Fort Scott. That is not acceptable.
No, that's a losing formula if you're Fort Scott. That's a good way to give the opponent 19 more possessions that this team does not need in any way, shape, or form. They've proven that they can beat us with the normal amount of possessions. The last thing we needed to do is give them 19 more of those possessions to make that lead even larger and just pile it on against ourselves even more.
Yeah, and that was something I mentioned before the game. Obviously, we've seen turnovers be a problem, not to this scale, though. This is one of the worst turnover performances that we've probably seen out of the Greyhounds all season, or at least up there when it comes to this season's performance. So we'll go ahead and send it to one more break, and we will be right back for the second half of action on Fort Scott Sports Live. Don't go anywhere.
Call service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Calls carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Calls continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch Varsity Sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans.
Keep up with the action at VarsitySportsLive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment.
And we're back on the halftime show presented by Big Iron Auctions. 38-26 is the score. 2 plus 10 the difference. 12 points separating these two teams. And one thing we didn't mention were the fouls. We'll go ahead and run them down real quick. Fedina at 3, followed by Foltz, Pua, Pascal, and Moss at 2. Edmondson at 1, Rousseau at 0. On the other side, Parker, Houston, Winfrey, Carter at 2, Brown at 3, Yang at 1, and everybody else empty.
Yeah, the extra roster they have over us empty. So just that go to show that depth they have against us. If any one of them get in foul trouble or get fouled out, it's farthest thing from end of the world for them.
Yeah, we are seeing 13 v 7. And this will be Greyhounds ball. Inbound to Pascal. Foltz to Pua, taking it across midcourt. They find Pascal. Pua sets up the offense. And Pascal loses it. It goes out of bounds. Last touched by Parker.
But if you notice, already only 10 seconds left on that shot clock because it takes a full 9 or 10 seconds for Fort Scott to break that press each and every time, not allowing them to get a full offensive possession in on the half court.
Pua to Edmondson. 6 on the shot clock. Foltz now has to work it inside, gets fouled, and will be headed to the line for 2.
Fort Scott, when they finally have a chance to swing that ball around the perimeter, they can out-rotate Neosho County because they're being over-aggressive. Once they get that ball down, though, you've seen a lot of success either with makes or getting to the line and shooting 2 free throws.
Still 5 players out of Neosho County with 0 fouls. On Fort Scott's side, 1. And that is the difference in that 13 v 7. Foltz makes the adjustment on her second chance. Brings it 27-38. Work it inside, Parker for the 2, can't get it. It's rebounded. Still working in the interior and dropping in the 2 is Sophia Morelos. That was one thing we saw early on that we are no longer seeing is that ability to rebound the ball out of Fort Scott. And I'm gonna break this down real quick, Michael, if you don't mind.
Please.
Rousseau is playing very high for a 2-3 zone. Rousseau's kind of that middle player on defense, and she's playing all the way up at the foul line, which is about equal to where Pula and the other high player are sitting. So she's got to drop back into the paint. We see once again wide open look for
You can see throughout the game, Neosho County has really exploited that one fag. So they've just back-cutted her on a little pick and roll, off-ball pick and roll, any sort of slip. She's been exploited.
Winfrey hands it off. Parker gets her first points of the day.
Neosho just flipping that switch yet again against Fort Scott.
Another loose ball as this one goes out of bounds. Last touched by Morellis. And we will head to a break here on Fort Scott Sports Live. We'll be right back after this.
Today we're going going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott, where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle, whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire. The time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote.
And we're back. 17-point lead. 44-27. 8:10 to go here in the third. Pascal gets it into Foltz. Now Foltz over to Pulaw. We got 3 seconds to get it across, and Pulaw finds an open lane. Edmondson sidesteps for the 3, off the mark. Here's a pull-up 3 and in from KG Yang, her 3rd of the game.
If you're Fort Scott, you got to find a way to not lose her no matter what. Despite the fact of being in a zone coverage, you cannot let KG Yang be open on the perimeter.
Moss goes inside. Can't get the lay off the rim, but gets the comebacker.
A great job by Moss to receive the rebound and that nice little spin move to reposition herself on the opposite side of the rim and get a wide open lane in that left half of the basket.
Swing it around, Yang wide open again, and she cashes in. 4 trays for KG Yang.
It doesn't matter where she's at either. Right perimeter, left wing, right wing, corner. She's money from anywhere. If you're Fort Scott, can't lose her. Can't emphasize that enough.
This ball taken away, and we've got a foul called. Davis gets called for her first foul. .640 to go here in the third. Pulaw gets it into Rousseau. Out to Pulaw, who drives off the glass and fouled by Harris. Her first foul.
And then
so
again,
slowly marking these names off of the no-foul list.
Slowly but surely. You're seeing that still that success from Fort Scott can penetrate. The Panthers are not a very disciplined contesting team. They are always fouling every time we get to the basket, attempt to layup. So if they can find a way to penetrate and run that half-court offense, work inside out, you're going to see a lot of success on the inside attack.
Pulaw goes 2 for 2, as a majority of her points have come from the stripe tonight. Looking to drive now. Kaprizak, the layup from Davis does not go. And we've got a foul called here. Foltz. I can't see the play. Michael, tell me what happened there.
I'm really not sure what happened. I'm not sure how she got a foul charge. She was the one that had the ball and got harassed and then got penalized for having the ball in her hand, I guess.
Kaprizak hands it off, and Growlis in for 2.
And then again, Neosho just capitalizing off the 20-plus Fort Scott turnovers.
Another foul called against Harris. Her second. Poolah taking it down the floor, relays it to Edmondson. We have not seen much of Sophia Fedina, interestingly enough, since she received her third foul. Poolah gets inside, draws the foul. And KG Yang will be the recipient.
And Poolah figuring out that once she gets to the rack, she's getting to the line. Then again, just getting past that first defender with her 1-2 move. And the interior defender for Neosho County just coming down at those arms and giving her a free chip to the line again.
Fedina now, as I say that, checks in for Haley Edmondson, who ought to shoot two. First one does not go. So that will be her first miss of the day. Second in. Work it inside, Growless for the two off the glass. No good, rebound Moss. 20-point game here in Arnold Arena. Out to Pascal. Pascal now looking to drive. Gets it to Moss, and she will get fouled. That'll be the fourth against Divine Brown.
It's like clockwork. Once this Fort Scott team can break that press and they can run their half-court offense. As soon as they get down low, good things are starting to happen, but it's gotten to the point where you got to find a way to be able to run. You're down 20 points, you got to find a way to build multiple stops that will allow your offense to continue this interior dominance.
Ryan Moss goes 1 for 2 on that trip, as Divine Brown will check back out of this game. The 6'3" sophomore, only player on that roster listed 6 foot and above. Hand off, Kakperzak looking to drive, goes to the post, can't get it to go. Moss flips it to Fedina, who gives it off to Poolah. Now working down the floor. Poolah tries to get inside, she does. Can't get the putback. And now it's rebounded by Neosho County. Growless carves her way inside and gets the two.
Just that transition offense for Neosho County, just building on that fatigue of Fort Scott, just creating so much more opportunity and allowing for that extra step to get past these Fort Scott defenders.
Gotta get across. And that is the third time today we have seen a 10-second violation from Fort Scott, unable to break the pressure. We'll take a break here on the media timeout. 4:09 to go here in the third. We'll be right back.
Selling equipment can be a hassle, whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire. The time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call service is outstanding in their field. especially for those that are stuck, well, out standing in their field. Coles carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Coles continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Coles Service, 620-724-4121. See more at colesservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation.
Back on for the third quarter, 4:04 to go. Neosho County turns it right over. So now, Fort Scott on the inbound. Rousseau scanning, 6 seconds to get it across. Fedina draws a foul. That goes against number 0. That's Carter, her third.
And when you're able to come by the rare turnover that Neosho County has forced offensively, Fort Scott, you got to take advantage. And for Dina right now, a great time to do so.
And I think one thing that a change I'd like to see from Fort Scott on that press is setting a couple more screens. I think that could be hugely beneficial working down the floor on that transition. I know it's kind of hard, you know, getting across the court, but for those ladies that are standing closer to the ball where it's received, setting the screens, trying to get some of those defenders off of your buddy can really help.
Yeah, because they're running more of a zone press break against a very aggressive man press. They're kind of just putting bodies, rotating in and out like they're trying to beat a diamond press. And that's not the case, and it's worked thus far from time to time, but I think you'd have a lot more success if you were setting those off-ball screens and those on-ball screens, providing more separation for these attackers to exploit.
Both Rousseau and Edmondson will step out at that break. Winfrey knocks down the three. Her first points of the game. As they work it to Fedina. Fedina using her handles to work against Carter. Now Pula trying to work off the screen from Moss. The layup won't go, and it's rebounded by Kakperzak. This one picked up by, gosh, I've got so many numbers here, Toshiro. Winfrey from the same spot. This one's short, rebounded by Fedina. And a foul called as Fedina was fighting for her life over there. Gotta respect these ladies on the floor for the Greyhounds as they are working their tails off.
You can't discredit that. These 28 minutes of play so far, they've just grinded and they've fought a grueling battle, but they haven't shown any signs of quit, despite how discouraging the scoreboard can look at this stage in the game.
Fedina lips out on the first. And for the second, will not get it either. Shot from Parker, drills it for another three. They were discussing a correction with, I don't know what it was. They said 23. But Parker gets credited with her third foul. I was trying to figure out what they were discussing over there, but couldn't quite get a read. With a chance to bring it within 23 here for Fedina. Makes the first. Second in as well. 4 points for Fedina on the night. All 4 coming from the foul stripe, which has been a very high-scoring portion for this Greyhounds team. And another and one by Tania Jones.
And just a beautiful body feint, little slight hesitation by Morales to separate that defender, allowing her to drive downhill. As soon as she penetrates, you saw the Fort Scott defender step up to try to help, and that left the open attacker down low, and easy in one opportunity.
Does not capitalize though, and another turnover here as Neosho County works into the paint. Won't go, and it's rebounded by the Greyhounds. Fultz hands off to Pulaw. Now Edmondson for the three. Gets it to go. Up to 7 points for Haley Edmondson.
You're going to need a lot more of those offensively if you're Fort Scott, and Edmondson's the person that has no problem shooting them.
And Fultz says, what am I supposed to do? But she changed directions there at the last minute, had her feet set, but she kind of leaned out to try and wear it on her shoulder instead of her chest. You just can't do that. That makes it look a little more finicky out of you than it does out of your opponent.
Yep, if you're Fultz, what you can't do there is not sit still like you were. Like you said, right before the contact, you just fainted in the last second. That's why the foul was called.
That's why a lot of players, I think, just kind of set the screen and tuck their head.
Yep.
Because it's a lot easier for the mind to just kind of be like, just let him hit me, you know? And there we go. Another 10-second violation. 4th on the night. Just wreaking havoc on this side of the floor. Neosho County. Kakperzak over and out of bounds, headed back to the Greyhounds.
And a great job by Fort Scott defensively. They're showing on the screens, trying to have that hedge, not allowing that pick and roll to happen. And that's what led to the turnover that time. They're very lively off the ball defensively. Doing a great job taking their hands to the basketball. It's just, can they not turn the ball over offensively and capitalize?
Pass to Rousseau as she takes it across midcourt. Pulaw now with just over a minute to go. Kicks out. Edmondson to Fedina for the three. Grabs the tray. Inside of 20 now for this deficit. Yang trying to accelerate again. And she is unstoppable, I'll tell you what. Got a technical foul against KG Yang. I didn't see what happened there. Did you see?
That's all she did. All she did was
it in the face?
No, she just, by her hip, all Yang did was put a three. I guess she just drilled a 6-1, 5-1, whatever it was, next to her hip, showed a little emotion, and that was shot straight down.
Well, I think the coaches Not really upset with that one for Neosho County.
No, I mean, I think it's very prompted that the night she's having, she's flawless from behind the arc. It's okay to show a little motion from time to time, and if you're going to get penalized, don't do it next time, but no harm in this 20-point ball game for Neosho County.
Does charge her with her third foul, and Fort Scott will get the ball here with 43 seconds. A chance to take it deeper inside of 20 here for this deficit. Kick around to Pua. Pua now looking for a screen, kicks out to Fadina. Step back three, short, and rebounded by Davis. Davis now trying to take it coast to coast. Yang for the triple, off the mark, and gets a couple faces from the Fort Scott crowd as she was calling for it. That's a bit of a heat check for her. Bad miss from Pua. Yang not aware of the time and will dribble it out at the buzzer. 45-65 is the score as we head into the final 10. We'll be right back on Fort Scott Sports Live.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment.
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live, 65-45. It's a 20-point lead for Neosho County. Starting on the bench for this fourth quarter, Pula and Moss. As Pula has hardly gotten any rest in this game. Here's a shot from Parker for 3. Can't get it to fall. It's rebounded by Morellis. And now we've got a foul called against Chloe Parker of Neosho County. That's her 4th.
Yeah, and thanks to Fadina, just boxing out, not allowing her to make a play on the loose ball. And she was reaching over her, clawing on her back, and charged her 4th foul.
Fadina to Edmondson. Faults. Fadina. Rousseau. Edmondson works it inside. Oh man, you've got to capitalize there. And that's going to be a foul as well against Jasmine Rousseau.
And Rousseau and Foltz, just a great connection there, great play offensively. You cannot be mad at the look at all. Just kind of been that kind of game for Fort Scott, unable to capitalize.
Yeah, got to be able to make those. That's what's going to give you any kind of chance to pull this one back within reach, as it is a long way. Inside of 9 minutes to go as this shot goes up, and it will be Jessica Houston headed to the line. That goes against Edmondson, her 3rd.
Yeah, Edmondson trying to help in the opposite corner, came sprinting across and kind of sideswiped Houston attacking the basket. An easy foul call if you're the referee under the basket.
Houston makes her 1st, up to 6 points on the game. Only a handful of players in double digits for Neosho County. That being Morales, and Yang. Yang not even in the starting lineup. As this one, good drive, or a great take from Carter. And now another player headed to the line for Neosho County as the foul goes against Jasmine Rousseau, who is now up to 3. She'll check out for Mariah Moss, who has 2 fouls. Her and Pula with the fewest at 2. Everybody else at 3+. First one off the mark for Jones.
And the reason Jones is at the line right now, we saw Rousseau had a pair of just missed rebounds, allowing for second and third chance points. Another thing that at this point of the ball game, you can't allow Neosho County to have.
Fadina, double dribble as she took a stumble back court and was trying to collect herself. Couldn't quite collect herself perfectly. Carter now. So they work it. Morales gets the 2.
And not much she can do there. If you're a Greyhound, just a great layup in contact. She doesn't have the height advantage by any means and able to make it that time.
Houston tacks on her 3rd foul. That leaves Kakperzak, Morales, and Growless each empty, with Jones and Davis at 1. Everybody else 2+. Pascal tries off the glass, won't go. Foltz's try won't go either, and it's rebounded by Neosho County inside of 8 minutes. Winfrey, her layup, that won't work. And it's out of bounds on the Greyhounds.
And Fort Scott been doing a great job boxing out all night. You're now just starting to see that fatigue yet again settle in. Unable to gather these rebounds. They're bouncing off the hands now instead of being collected. All these different factors just starting to pile on against Fort Scott, and that's what's making these last 8 minutes so long for them defensively.
New set of subs here for Neosho County. Growless works it over to Brown. Now the shot short off of Growless's hands. Edmondson gets the board and works it to Moss. Pascal gets the pass inside. Foltz is fouled, and that will be the 5th from Divine Brown. So our first foul out comes at 7:34 in the 4th.
And Divine Brown, by far the tallest player on the court for both sides of the ball. Fort Scott doing a great job of not letting that be a factor. Knocked her out of the game. She never really contested any shots more than should have fouled them.
Foltz gets the first to fall. Second coming up. Will follow suit. Growless kicks out wide open for the 3. No good from Carter. And now Growless called for a foul.
Great job by Mara Moss. Ever since she had that mishap under the basket in the first quarter where she couldn't bring that ball in and secure it, she's been really strong with the ball since.
And a travel called. Fadina across midcourt. Struggling with the ball handling. Here's Toshiro. Kakperzak inside to Growless and around Moss for 2. 23-point lead. And another travel.
Coach Sturgis telling her jump stop. You can see Fadina just having a hard time slowing down that pace of play. She plays at 1,000,000 miles per minute, unable to control that pedal when she can rev up and slow down and control her own pace of basketball.
And having to play fast defense as well. And now travel called against Tashiro.
Neosho County, speaking of pedals, not letting off their gas pedal, showing that full court press despite this large lead.
Another foul called. Tashiro this time with her first.
What's cool about this Neosho County team, a lot of foreign talents. Tashiro being one of them out of Hiroshima, Japan. It's interesting when you see those kind of players come to these community colleges. It's really fun to see that the foreign impact on basketball is still known at a community college level.
Fadina goes 2 for 2. Bumps her up to 9 points on the contest. As Growlis works it with a good pass to Harris. They cannot get the buckets. Back the other way for the Greyhounds, and Foltz. Oh man, had wide open court in front of her and just checked up at the logo, but Moss gets the work done underneath the buckets.
Yeah, Foltz just choosing to give up a wide open layup in transition, but made up for it with the assist to Moss down low.
Edmondson gets her fourth there against Growlis. So Rousseau will check back in.
Yeah, and speaking of 4 fouls, that's the first person. We haven't seen a person to 5 fouls for Fort Scott, which is so impressive with how much pressure they've had to deal with offensively and defensively. No foul outs this late into the game is a feat for Fort Scott alone.
Yeah, they've been able to spread them out really well. Foltz and Edmondson sitting at 4. Fadina, Pascal, and Rousseau at 3. So any of them very much in danger. But an 0 for 2 performance from the line. Greyhounds take it back down the floor. Fadina pulls up, long range 3. It's into the hands of Moss, who works it to Rousseau. And now back the other way for Neosho County. Winfrey behind the back to Yang. Now over and in for 3 from Harris.
And Rochelle working with a serious eye poke. She still tending to that eye that she got scratched about 30 seconds ago.
Which will force Edmondson back in the game. They're keeping Pua on the bench as she has been suffering with a bit of a knee tweak. And I presume that is the reason you don't want to play her. She's a freshman on this squad. Has plenty of time left here. Yang now from way outside. Gives it over to Davis. Winfrey. Back to Davis. Growlis wide open for the triple. Off the back iron, won't go. Edmondson reels in the rebound. Nearly poked out of bounds as Fadina gathers and gets it across to Foltz. Moss now. Spin move underneath. Can't get it. And it's out of bounds.
Mariah Moss understanding she just missed a great opportunity that she created herself. A beautiful spin move to get a wide open look at the front of the basket. Just too strong with that left hand.
Yeah, and very frustrated with herself as well. 22-point lead. We'll take a break here on Fort Scott Sports Live. We'll be right back.
You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage.
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live. 22 points is the separation right now as we head into the final 5 minutes of play here in Arnold Arena for the women's game. Winfrey for the triple. Air ball. Rebound is off the hands of Fedina. Growlis was trying to reel it in, and it was poked out by the guard from the Greyhounds. Inbound to Yang. Yang step back triple. Can't get it to go. That's her second miss from three for the night, and that's on 7 attempts. So a good performance. Expect her to have at least probably one more of those. Moss facing some pressure up top. Needs to work down to the base as they find Pascal in the corner. Takes a floater, no good. And now we've got a foul called.
She knew it right away, trying to fall her own shot. Not the wrong idea, just on the wrong end of the opportunity, the wrong end of the outcome.
So Pascal now with 4 fouls, joins that club. Fultz, Edmondson, Pascal, Parker, and Brown. Parker and Brown from Neosho County. Growlis at the line. First one off the rim and out.
And with 4 minutes left, you're Fort Scott down 22 points now. You're just trying to keep that score as close as you can in these next 4 minutes. Try to go out and win these next 4 minutes.
Pascal transition to Fedina, who dishes it to Fultz underneath. Now around to Pascal. Six seconds on the shot clock as this one's taken away. Harris works it to Growlis, off the rim and out once again, and now we've got a foul as she collides with Fultz on her way back in.
And that Panther pressure still leading to these fouls and these aggressive plays that the coach letting her know not necessary, especially at this time in this stage of the game. You can play a little cleaner and you could try to let the time do its work and seal the fate of this game.
Fultz goes 2 for 2. And inside of 4 minutes, not much of a worry here. More so just working on that technique here for Neosho County, trying not to foul out or just give Fort Scott the easy look at points. And now we've got another foul.
Yeah, what Neosho County struggles with so much is after that offensive miss, not fouling on the rebounder of Fort Scott each and every time. They're fighting for that rebound so much. Once a Fort Scott player has it, they're still fighting for that ball, and they're just committing fouls.
Yeah, and I got to say, I think it's just kind of natural for these players to want to get after the ball on the rebound, just get underneath the basket and make an attempt at the board. I mean, I see the head coach for this team, J.J. Davis, he's getting after his players about this, which, you know, that's what coaches do. But I think for these players, just acknowledging the fact that, you know, hey, this is the way I play the game. You know, things are going to happen. That's just part of it is important as well. Moss drops in a 2. Gets another added couple. 16-point lead inside of 2:30. So they're going to try to milk some of this clock off, bring it as close to 2 minutes as possible. Davis now going to step up to the scores table and look to get back in this game. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Winfrey trying to drive, kick out to Parker, who drains the 3.
Why not? Anybody from Neosho County, if you want to shoot a 3, go for it. It's going to go in. It's been that kind of night for Fort Scott. Neosho County being excellent behind the arc and just, even with these final 2 minutes, just egging it on.
Fadina gets it down the floor. Foltz works it to Pascal. He tries to drive the paint. That one trickles out and into the hands of Parker, who will slow things down and just try to waste more clock. Take it as close as possible to 1 minute now. Winfrey to Jones off the glass, no good. Moss gets the rebound and over to Fadina. Now Foltz. Foltz just step across. Pascal. Foltz over to Edmondson for the triple. Can't get it. Moss with the rebound and drops in the 2. They'll hang on to this one. Will be the second to last possession in this game. We are now inside of 30 seconds, so after a rim hit or a turnover, it will be no more shot clock. Winfrey for the 3. 79-59 as Moss dribbles down the floor. Fadina for the tray. Can't get it off to the right. Rebounded and kept on that side of the floor by Winfrey, which will end this ball game here. 79-59 is the score. Two teams shaking hands. 20-point victory for the Panthers.
Yeah, and Fort Scott just a crushing defeat. You looked great in that first quarter, and since then, the fatigue set in for the first time, and Neosho County took advantage of it right then and there, and they just never looked back.
A very dominant performance by Neosho County as they had more opportunities than they knew what to do with. Looking at this turnover counter on the live stats, 29 in the game for Fort Scott, 11 for Neosho County. Leading scorer on the night, as I'll add these up real quick. You had KG Yang at 17, Rowless at 15. I believe it will be Yang. On the other side, Moss at 17 herself. And then a bunch of free throws for some good players. As we've got Coach Sturgis on for the post-game coaches interview. Coach, a hard-fought game tonight. these players just working their tails off on and off the court. You can see it just with the exhaustion levels, even in that first half. Is there anything that you'd like to say about this performance in particular? As I'm sure we probably covered it, but just want to hear your thoughts.
Coach Sturgis probably needs to go in the film room and revamp some. I think I could have put them in better spots, better positions, so we could be successful.
Had an 8-point lead, and then just Neosho County slowly working their way back in it there in the second half of the first quarter. Is there something that you saw there that, going forward, you're going to be looking to try and adapt to?
I think one of the biggest things is that we had to sub. Our point guard had 3 fouls in the first half, so we had a lot of people handling the basketball, and Coach Sturgis just has to do a better job of putting them in spots where they can be successful. They went into man, so just me making sure that I come up with something where they can be successful.
Yeah, and I've got to give you kind of some props here, as I know you're working with a bit of a different situation than maybe you planned for in the preseason, which is just so tough to adapt mid-season to such a roster depreciation. But we've kind of talked about on the broadcast, you guys making those changes throughout the season, and it's very noticeable on the floor. Are there anything that you'd like to point out that you're really working towards getting, whether that's the foul game or whether that's shooting, conditioning, whatever it is?
I think one of the biggest things Coach Pip and I have talked about in the film room is just making sure that we can put the players that we have, because we don't have as many ball handlers, making sure that we're putting them in situations where they can be successful, where they don't really have to come off the dribble and do things off the dribble, but more off the pass, and just proud of just the young ladies that's in the locker room.
Yeah, and then finally, you've got 2 more away games coming up on Saturday and on Wednesday next week.
Yes,
is there a specific thing that you're looking towards working on, as you've got 2 recurring opponents that you faced off earlier this season?
We are about to play some really good teams, some really well-coached teams, some coaches that I really look up to in this coaching industry, but just making sure that we are making the adjustments on what they are doing, and putting our kids in the right spots.
Well, once again, Coach, thank you again for joining us here on the post-game show, and we look forward to covering you further.
Look, thank you. Like, I appreciate you guys so much.
Of course.
Have a good one, y'all.
Thank you again. You as well. And that was head coach Sturgis of the women's team. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back on Fort Scott Sports Live for the men's game coming up.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clarkshire athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas.
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
How is it so fast?
With CrawlCan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
How is it so fast?
With CrawlCan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, We're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered.
Here we are on Fort Scott Sports Live, getting set for the men's game. Been a very interesting stretch for this men's team, being able to put together some wins as of late, and now trying to rally off of that streak that they've been able to put together. As we look at this schedule, a 4-game win streak is what they're on, taking down Labette County, Kansas Christian College, Kansas Christian College JV, or no, Kansas City, Kansas Community College, Kansas Christian College JV, and Highland Community College away after they lost to Johnson County, which is the only separator in a, let's count these up, 9-game win streak. You take that Johnson County game out, they have a 9-game win streak right now. So they are 9-1 on the last 10 games. A very impressive stretch here for a team that started off really rough and now is up to a 14-9 record. I mean, seriously, Michael, let's think back to like a couple months ago where we were broadcasting this men's team and we were thinking, man, everything's going wrong. It's getting loud in here. But we were thinking, man, everything's going wrong for this women's team, and now everything's going wrong for the men's team. We're getting on spells. We can't break out of losing streaks. What's going on? And then all of a sudden, 14-9 record. I mean, this team's good.
The turnaround, you can see it, and everybody just seems to be synergized now. They play as a complete team, and it just shows night in and night out. They pass the ball with intent. They shoot the ball with intent. They play defense with intent. They do everything with the purpose to win the game as a team unit, and it's seriously incredible the turnaround they've had since January. They were 7-2 in the month of January, and now we are undefeated in February, correct, I believe?
Yeah, I believe so.
So just a beautiful start to the 2026 season.
We'll step aside for the national anthem. And we're back after the national anthem, but like we were saying, undefeated in the month of February, a very successful stretch here for the Fort Scott Community College Greyhounds. As we'll go ahead and introduce starters. Number 1, the 5'8" sophomore guard out of Arlington, Texas, Raziel Taylor. Followed by number 3, the 6'3" freshman guard out of Arlington, Texas, Jace Cooper. Followed by number 4, the 6'5" sophomore guard out of Pullman, Washington, Champ Pawaki. And followed by number 13, the 6'5" sophomore guard out of Muskogee, Oklahoma, Eric Caraballo. And wrapping up the 5-man squad, number 33, 6'6" freshman forward out of Lufkin, Texas, Cooper Weeks. And if you would do the honors, Michael, of introducing the Fort Scott Greyhounds starters.
Looking at the Fort Scott Greyhounds starters, of course there's Noah Porter, the forward. There is also our tried and true point guard, Jaden Hollis, the facilitator, along with Chatwain Mike, Devin Boone, and Cash Henry to round it out.
So, getting set for the opening tip. As Fort Scott breaks the huddle. And now Noah Porter headed out to take the opening tip.
And Neosho County fishing mutual opponents yet again against Labette. They came away with the victory to spark their one-game win streak coming into this game.
As Fort Scott moves the ball here to open up the first half, out of bounds. Last touched by Neosho County. Hollis into the corner with Porter. Cross court to Mike. Mike, floater off the front of the rim, no good. This one is kicked down the floor. Hollis grabs it. And now maintains possession for Fort Scott. Motion offense as Boone tries to drive the base. Mike out to Henry on the arc. Can't get it. Rebounded by Cooper of Neosho County. Now working it, Caraballo. Inside and over the top. I believe this is going against Devin Boone, and that it is.
And just a good job by Neosho County to swing the ball in transition, getting the ball to number 13, Eric Caraballo, able to penetrate and able to bring that pressure towards him, leaving an open Cooper Weeks. Thankfully, fouled him, making him earn his 2 shots instead of getting a free layup.
First one's in from Weeks. And second one off the front of the rim. Hollis with Boone on the close side. Porter now swings it to Hollis, back on the arc. Henry is winding up a 3 there, 7 on the shot clock. Hollis has to pull up from range. Can't get it. And Boone tries for the rebound. He was getting held back there on that attempt.
Yeah,
Fights.
great.
Go ahead.
Great job by Devin Boone. 1v3, basically got boxed out by 2 players, and a third one going for the rebound. Was able to smack it off the defender's foot and save that possession for Fort Scott.
Has to kick it up top to Boone. And now he'll set up the offense. They're with inside of 18:30 to go in the half. Porter. Work it to Mike, who tips it over the head to Henry. Fights to the glass. Can't get it to go on the initial attempt. And they will say it's last touched by Mike.
Fort Scott having a hard time really on running that half-court set. Neosho County doing a great job of playing very strong physical defense on allowing those cutters to get through and get an open lane.
Here's Taylor handing it off to Weeks. And now a big-time steal from J-Twan Mike, but out of bounds as he does get the stop here at 15 on the shot clock.
Yeah, great job by J-Twan Mike to run the full length at the perimeter, guarding Milwaukee, the leading scorer last game, and forcing that steal.
Hand off to Taylor, who drives the paint. Hands off to Weeks. Weeks swirls it in. Pass down the floor to Porter in the corner. Mike to Porter, fakes the 3, tries to drive the paint, can't get it, and it's out of bounds off of Neosho County.
Porter that time fighting through a lot of contact, just trying to get a shot up there and hopefully draw a foul. Unsuccessful, but yet again, not giving up in the play and giving Fort Scott an extra possession.
Mike. They flip it to Boone in the corner. Now back out to Henry on the point, which is blocked by Caraballo, who takes it all the way to the paint and gets the 2. Quick 5-0 here for Neosho County as we will step aside and take a break. We'll be right back.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. 5-0 is the score. Boone with it on the far side. As they work it to Mike on the close side. Henry over to Hollis. Boone now driving the base as he tries to kick it to Henry. It's knocked out of bounds with 5 seconds on the shot clock.
Neosho County is so successful on defense right now because of how well they move off the ball with their attacker. They're not allowing any backdoor cuts or off-ball screens to make any difference in this offense.
Hastings comes in alongside Marco Taft. That one's blocked by Porter, but he will be charged with a foul in the process. I think that went against Porter. They haven't quite updated the scoreboard here.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for.
No, that goes against Hastings.
So what I think happened there, Hastings was on the back of the Caraballo right there, but Porter was able to rise up and block it. Hastings just making too much contact during the block, away from our view of the game.
Two for two on that visit. 7-0 score. Carabello takes a seat. Now Fort Scott working it again. Porter will get fouled.
And Neosho County kind of replicating the girls' game plan. They're very physical and strong defense, making it very hard for Fort Scott to find any openings.
Hollis trying to work his way inside, back out to Boone. Hastings for the triple, dribbles out, and now back the other way. Taylor speeding down the floor. Flips it out and around. Pewaukee can't get it to fall. Back the other way. Boone inside to Porter. And we've got a foul called against Cooper. That's who I think this is going against. As we've got a timeout called on the floor. 15:53 to go in this stoppage. 7-0 score. We have yet to see anything out of this team for Fort Scott.
Yeah, and that's just because of this very aggressive 2-3 zone they're running defensively at Neosho County. They're flying to the ball when the receiver has it at the top of the key. Those top two guys are sprinting over there, and those outside guys in the bottom half of the zone are coming up to help, and they're kind of guarding that passing lane between them and the corner. And it's just been a very active defense that Fort Scott has been yet to find a window to exploit.
Yeah, and just kind of building up some frustration too, which can tack on the mental side of things. You know, just trying to figure out how to formulate anything offensively. This team just not being able to find anything green. And almost a quarter of the way through the half. 15:53 to go.
I gotta say, these offensive woes are really surprising for a team like Fort Scott because they average over 85 points per game. They're known for having all these players in different spots of the court have success in scoring the basketball. So it's just such a rare sight early on for these Greyhounds.
Yeah, averaging 89 points, you'd say you're supposed to probably have at least 10 or 11 points at this point in the game. Hastings for the triple. Can't get it as it rattles out. And now another foul in the direction of Devin Boone. So that will bring in Miles McMonagle.
Yeah, with that extra foul in Devin Boone, you lose a little more presence interiorly. He's a very strong rebounder. Now you bring in the outside presence of Miles McGonigal offensively.
Driving in is Prophet, and he gets the 2 to go. 9-0 score as Neosho County continues to tack on. And at this point, you're not thinking about, oh, when are they going to score? You're thinking, what lead is Neosho County going to get before Fort Scott finally finds a scoring spell? And there we go. Now you've got to catch up here if you're Fort Scott. Down 7 at this point. They flick it to Weeks, and now Prophet on the edge. Lewis works it to Taylor, trying to work against Hollis. 7 seconds on the shot clock as Lewis pulls up from the elbow, gets that 1 to go.
Just a great shot by Lewis. And great defense by Hastings there to almost prevent the bucket, but Lewis just rising up above him, making a very tough shot.
Almost half the points from this Neosho County squad coming from the bench as Lewis pulls up again. Can't get that 1 to go. 11-2. Hollis kicks out. Hastings searching for that 3-point opportunity to try and ignite a fire. McMonagle for the triple. Yes, count it.
And that's the spark you need if you're Fort Scott offensively. You got to show that that perimeter offense is here to play, and they'll help chip back on this deficit.
Lewis swings it cross court to Carabello, and he steps out of bounds as he was going up to maybe try to posterize somebody there underneath.
Yeah, lucky for Fort Scott. Carabello going at the rack hard there, missed a dunk anyways, but able to force the turnover with how your offense has been playing these first 5 minutes. That turnover you got to capitalize off of and shorten this point, shorten this lead.
Henry for the triple. Can't get it. And it's knocked out of bounds by Marco Taft.
And Marco Taft was kind of one of those guys for Fort Scott against Labette. Lack of height, but makes up for it in heart and grit. He had 16 points and 5 rebounds, playing that post roll at about 6 foot flat. Really impressive what he does.
Taylor dishes it underneath to Lewis, who gets another 2. Trying to tack on here for Fort Scott. Taft working at the foul stripe and looks for Henry. Could not get it to him. So now here's Pewaukee to the glass, in for 2. Taft swings it to McMonagle. Down to the corner with Hastings, and he steps out of bounds.
And this defense has been felt so much more suffocating because of the offensive developments that they've had to tag along with these incredible defensive stops they've been able to put together against our Greyhounds. Scoring 15 points in these first 8 minutes, and they just feel like such tough buckets that kind of take the life out of your team.
They give it off to DeAndre Akono. Now working with it is Cooper. Back to Lewis. Akono takes the shot, can't get it. Rebound Fort Scott. McMonigal and Hastings taking the point. Hastings trying to drive, dishes it off. Now back over to McMonigal and Hollis. Looking to drive. Here's McMonigal for the triple. Cashes in. Miles McMonigal doing some damage himself. And a great answer.
And it feels like every time Fort Scott gets a point on the board, Neosho County has a very quick answer to just take the air out of our lungs.
Another shot for three as Henry pulls up. Nobody underneath the basket to grab that one for the Greyhounds. Pewaukee gets it to fall. Now he's finding his stride as this team begins to accelerate. McMonigal cashes in again. 3 for 3 out of Miles McMonigal. Oh no, they're gonna say that was a 2. Ooh. As that shot won't go. Rebounded by Akono. Swung back out for Pewaukee, who gets it. Wow, this is just turning into a back and forth effort.
Yeah, and Pewaukee just seems to have every single answer that Fort Scott seems to find every couple minutes.
Foul called on his way to the basket as Hastings will head to the line. We'll take a break. We'll be right back after this on Fort Scott Sports Live.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College.
And we're back inside of 10 minutes. McKay and Hastings drawing the second foul against Cooper. Jace Cooper has all of the points so far from Fort Scott have come from the bench, with McMonigal carrying a heavy load of that.
Very heavy load.
Gonna want to keep him in the game as he's feeling good about himself. May have been counted out a little bit early by this Neosho County team as they work it to Weeks on the point. Over to Taylor. Now the kick out to Carabello, who gets it to Weeks. Blocked by Porter. Rebound Carabello. And a shot clock violation.
That immediate presence by Noah Porter is felt right after the substitution coming back in. That interior defense just got that much better.
McMonigal from the corner. Oh, so close. A good-looking shot. Had that fallen, man, he'd have really been feeling good about himself. Taylor for the triple. Porter kicks out and around to Hastings. Hastings to Henry. Porter now trying to work the baseline, takes a mid-range jumper. Weeks with the rebound. Back the other way, Carabello.
What's so impressive about this Neosho County defense is they deny every single cutter that the Greyhounds send through to the basket, allowing no easy buckets.
Lewis gets into the paint, and this foul will go against Noah Porter. No, it will not. It goes against McMonagle. I thought surely Porter was getting accredited with that one, as he had kind of slapped down on that and not really made a lot of contact with the ball, but regardless, goes against.
If you're Fort Scott, probably the guy you wanted to go against. McMonagle not very active in the shot blocking parties. Noah Porter a lot more active down there interiorly.
Fair. But also neither of which you really want it to go to. McMonagle looking like he might be receiving some pretty significant minutes today if he continues the performance he's on.
And you can see in these couple substitution waves that we've had, he hasn't come off since he came on. He's seemed to be really the only spark of life offensively.
Yeah, certainly. Sitting at 8 points right now out of the 11. As that shot missed and rebounded by Neosho County. Loose ball. Pewaukee collects it over to Taylor. Kick out to Profit, now Weeks. Looking for the three. Short. Mike picks it up. Porter now looking to drive the base. Blocking foul called. And we will see who this goes against.
And that's the guy you want to have a block. That's the guy, if you're Fort Scott, you want to have the line. Noah Porter, one of the most proficient shooters in the squad, shooting 9 or 10 free throws a game.
And we've got a media timeout once again, as we will take a break. We'll be right back after this.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the...
That foul goes against Weeks. His first. As Mike swings it to Hollis. Setting up the offense from the perimeter. 3 seconds on the shot clock. Hastings blocked as Taylor takes it away and off the glass in for two.
Just an incredible defense by Neosho County Community College tonight. Fort Scott still hasn't really found an answer to capitalize and exploit any holes.
Swing out, McMonagle for the triple. Can't get it to go. Rebound, Mike. Tries to get it to Hollis, but it's just over his head. And a foul called. Jaden Hollis credited with his first. over to Pewaukee, and now Carabello. Lewis looking for an open drive lane. Pewaukee back out to Lewis. Step back, long two, off the rim. Rebound, Taft. Hollis tries to toss it up to Porter, and it goes out of bounds against Fort Scott, 11:29.
Just Neosho County off the ball, just checking every single cutter, every single mover, trying to set up an offensive attack for Fort Scott, and that's just causing so many offensive breakdowns that it kind of has to become a hero ball. One player or another has to just try to go make a play each and every possession, and they just haven't been able to.
Trying to drive was Profit. Carabello now into the paint, back out for Taylor, three. Mike over to Hollis, and now inside to Henry. Henry trying to work his way to the paint. Can't get it to go. Ice cold offense here out of the Greyhounds. Unable to get really anything to fall. And another turnover, this time from Neosho County, who travels.
One of the first turnovers you've been able to cause defensively for Fort Scott, especially in these last couple minutes. It's a great time to capitalize and figure out your offense, try to build a little run.
Hollis loses the ball. Lewis picks it up, hands it off to Weeks, and now Lewis will take it down across midcourt. Weeks against Porter, flips it over to Profit, who goes up against Hollis. And we've got a foul called underneath. Weeks headed to the line.
And a great job by Profit off of the miss. Was able to catch his own rebound on the floor and was able to deliver it to Weeks under the basket somehow, who was able to have an incredible second chance effort. And that's been the name of the game for Neosho County against these Fort Scott Greyhounds in these first 15 minutes.
Weeks first rattles out. For the second, does not make the adjustment. And now back the other direction, inside of 5. As Hollis swings it. Here's Taft. Over to Mike. Airballs it, and Porter gets called for a foul. Or no, foul called. So Weeks gets called for a foul. Porter shooting 2. Makes the first. And funny enough, that ties Porter for the 3rd highest score right now on the Fort Scott team.
Yeah, and that just goes to show the kind of night it's been offensively in these first 15 minutes of the first half for Fort Scott. Just a very unproductive offensive showing so far.
With the second make, he's in silver now. Tied with Marco Taft. Miles McMonigal at 8, and he's been that way for pretty much the entire duration of the first quarter. As another drop in 2, this time from Carabello. Henry gets it poked out by Lewis.
What's so incredible is you saw that poke out was from the defender on the opposite side of the court in that 2-3 zone, sprinting down to double team that entry pass, and that right there has caused so many disruptions alone defensively for Neosho County.
Another takeaway, but it's taken right back by Porter and Hollis. And now Neosho County gathers it on the rebound. Flipping it over to Taylor. Back out, Carabello for the tray. Porter is fouled on his way inside. Taylor credited. So Porter headed to the line again. With that, we take our final media timeout, and we will be right back after this.
Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover...
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. It is 24 points of separation here in the first half as we get closer to that second half or halftime mark here. Porter winds up, delivers the first.
And Noah Porter, no stranger to the free throw line. Like I said earlier, attempting 8 to 10 free throws a game. He knows how to draw those fouls and get the easy points at the stripe.
And on pace for that type of performance tonight, as he has had 4 so far. All 4 going in. Profit out to Lewis, finding a screen from Makono. Now driving and out is Taylor. Across. Here's Profit. Can't get it to fall, and it's tipped into the hands of Hastings. Taft. They work it around to Hollis. Now Hastings pulls up, long 2. Can't get it. Rebound Neosho County. In the corner. Now up top with Lewis. Here's Pewaukee for the triple. Can't get it. Rebound Hollis. 2:20 to go as Porter drops in another 2.
And that's the first bucket for Fort Scott to come away of a layup or a field goal rather than a free throw in the last handful of minutes now.
At least 8. It's been in the double-digit mark since the last field goal. And they will say out of bounds against the Greyhounds. Into the corner, Pewaukee for the three. Can't get it. Taylor with the rebound and put back. No dice from him either. Akono, third chance. Nothing. Empty-handed possession from Neosho County as Hollis brings it down the floor. Porter, cross court, McMonagle from the wing, gets it!
How's McMonagle has been only the real true answer for Fort Scott to kind of bail out these stalling offensive possessions.
Lewis steps into the elbow, can't get it, out of bounds. Fort Scott ball.
With a minute left here, Fort Scott down by 17 now. You gotta find a way to tack on another bucket or two to make that lead that much more manageable going into halftime.
Inside of 60 seconds, about 40 seconds separates shot and game clock. Hastings over to Hollis. Porter inside to Taft, who draws the foul, can't quite get the and one.
And that was the first real offensive play we've seen run successfully against this 2-3 zone. And that's because we had that high post, low post triangle rotation between Marco Taft and Noah Porter. And the defense, the first time seen it tonight, they just were slow to rotate with them.
Carabello credited with that. As empty so far. We'll stay here for this timeout. 43.8 seconds to go. 37-20. It's a 17-point game as it stands.
Yeah, like I was saying, I want to go back to that little zone breaker there for a second. That's the first real zone breaking offense for half we've seen so far. And like I said, that's because the high-low game we ran with Noah Porter and Marco Taft. They were running from each block to each high post to the free throw line. And Noah Porter, once he got it down low in that little 15-foot line, they had too many players in Noah Porter and Marco Taft was able to flash from the free throw line to the block with no contest. And if we could see a little more of that, this league could get sliced into a little more.
Taft makes the second. Gets up to 3 points on the contest for him. Taylor having to work against a close guarding Hollis. And now knives in, out to Lewis for the three, can't get it. Carabello out to Taylor. 2 seconds separating shot and game clock. Pewaukee can't get it. Now Hastings doesn't, I don't know if he got it off. Whole discussion there as I think the Neosho County team thought there should have been a foul on the three, but that will end the first half. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back after this.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage. with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganachi!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle, whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire. The time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at bigironauctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganachi!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Calls carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Calls continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
Back on the Big Iron Auction halftime show for the men's game. It was a rough first half, just kind of in general for this Fort Scott team. They kind of kicked it into gear there in the last couple minutes, put together double-digit points with the collective effort of Boone, Hastings, Taft, and McMonigle. The only players with points right now, and McMonigle doing the heavy lifting.
McMonigle, very heavy lifting. Quite a few three-pointers coming down. That really sparked a light for us in the first 15 or so minutes of that first half. We couldn't find any answer to that very high volume pressure 2-3 zone that Neosho County is running. That is very active in the passing lanes along with the on-ball pressure. We've yet to find an answer.
Well, where McMonigle lies, which is currently at 11 points, you've got plenty of people in that vicinity for Neosho County. For example, Carabello sitting right now at 9. You've got Pewaukee sitting at 10. You've got just a couple of guys here and there that are trailing you very well for Neosho County, as well as Taylor sitting at 8. And nobody else other than McMonigle and really Porter, who sits at 6 points right now. Porter being the silver medal right now, 4 points. That's not going to cut it. 6 points through 20 minutes of play, you know, out of one of your leading scorers. McMonigle obviously doing a great job. That's well above his expectation. But Porter also notably the only starter to have points right now.
Yeah, and goes back to it. I mean, Jaden Hollis doesn't have a chance to get inside the perimeter when he's facilitating the offense. The same as McKean Hastings. We've seen a lot of these offensive possessions stall out, and within the 30 seconds that you're given, you're seeing a lot of perimeter chuck-ups, just last-second desperation shots, because this Panthers defense allowing zero penetration, zero off-ball movement. That's why they've been so successful. The Greyhounds can't get open off the ball to save their lives right now, and I'm sure we are going over it in the locker room at halftime, trying to find any answer we can get to create separation for somebody on the court, because right now there just hasn't been a single answer besides that one play with Marco Taft and Noah Porter.
And this team really operates on working the ball to the interior and kickouts, as most teams do. That's one of the most standard forms of offense, you know, working it inside, trying to crash some defense. And then if you can't get the bucket underneath the basket, flip it back out to one of your shooters and then let them take a shot from the arc. But right now, the shots from the arc are coming from passes from the arc. it's being only moved around the perimeter, hardly ever making a move to the inside unless it's on a fast break or something. This interior defense from Neosho County just shutting down any effort to get close to the bucket from Fort Scott.
And they haven't, like I said, besides that one play with Noah Porter, haven't shown any sign of it. I think Fort Neosho County seen that one possession where we running that high-low action, that two-man post. They're going to have an adjustment. We saw them when we entered down low with just one person in the post. They would have that trailing guy on the opposite end of that 2-3 zone come double team, and that would shut down the possession altogether. I imagine they're going to have that guy be almost linger around now and try to not double per se, but be the reinforcement for that high-low offense whenever it's needed.
Yeah, well, just looking at these players right now with stats, got fouls and points. You've got, with fouls, Devin Boone with 2, Hollis, Hastings, and McMonagle with 1 apiece. On the Neosho County side, Cooper and Weeks with 2 apiece, and then Carabello, Pewaukee, and Taylor. All 5 of the starters with a foul through the first half, which none of them in real foul trouble, but certainly something to keep an eye on if you are Neosho County as well as Fort Scott, as that can be something you utilize to your advantage, as they were in bonus there towards the end of the half. But then looking at points, you've got Porter with 6, Hastings with 1, Taft with 3, McMonagle with 11. On the Neosho County side, Taylor has 8, Pewaukee with 10, Carabello with 9, Weeks with 3, Lewis with 5, and Profit with 2. So a nice even scoring spread there with a couple of outliers on the bottom and the top of the equation. But overall, just Neosho County playing a very well-rounded game right now. They can't let off the gas, or Fort Scott will come back in this ball game. But for Fort Scott, same capacity, you can't let off the gas. You've got to be pressing full speed ahead. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back after this.
You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at VarsitySportsLive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary...
And we're back. Second half of action coming up here on Fort Scott Sports Live. Getting set for 20 more minutes of the men's game. Start time 8:46 p.m. So on pace for tonight, actually, surprisingly enough. As Hollis gives off to Henry, and now over to Mike. Boone to Porter on the perimeter. Can't get it to fall. Mike can't get it either, but gets the putback. Jatwain Mike.
What you saw there is a 5-out look, trying to space out that 2-3 zone and try to force them to give us holes to exploit with the dribble drive.
Weeks for the three. No dice. Rebound Boone. Here's another three. Carabello can't get it to find the bottom of the basket. Hollis to Henry. They continue to work the outer edge. Porter trying to weave his way through. And now it's into the hands of Neosho County. This time with Cooper, who flips it out. Carabello, another try. Can't get it either. Mike elevates, gets fouled, and will be headed to the line for two.
Great job by Jatwain Mike to run out and transition there. Get a good look, but just roughly fouled. Gonna have to earn his 2 points.
That will be the second against Neosho County's Pewaukee. And that one's off the mark. In a 14-point game, essential free throws for Jatwain Mike, and nothing. As this will be another foul against Pewaukee, his third.
And that's crucial for Fort Scott because that's a big contributor offensively for the Panthers.
Porter, his pass to Boone through the hands. Hollis recovers, 10 on the shot clock. Porter rises up and can't get it over the head of Weeks. And that is a brutal foul. Porter coming over the top.
Yeah, simply Weeks just getting the best of Porter this game so far. Defensively, not budging on any of Porter's body feints or trying to half spins, and defensively out footworking him on the interior end of the ball.
Hastings comes in for Noah Porter, who collected his second foul of the day. As Weeks drops in his second. Mike, his elevation does not draw any contact, but goes out of bounds. And now Jatwain Mike will check out for Noah Porter, who comes right back onto the floor. Taylor. Lewis kicks out, Weeks. Taylor for a three. Can't get it. Rebound, Boone. Hollis now looking to drive. Flips it out to Hastings. As they go back and forth, now across to Porter. Resetting on the offense. Hastings takes to the paint. And a very physical two-point conversion there.
And those are the kind of buckets that Fort Scott has to come by to even put a ball in the hole this game. And McKean Hastings able to spark a little bit of fire in this offensive, hopefully.
Lewis over to Taylor, guarded by Porter in this 2-3 zone. As here's a cross-court pass. Still working at 6 seconds on the shot clock, and Weeks drops in the 2.
Beautiful job by Neosho County to swing the ball until they found an exploit, and Devin Boone hit the floor, and as soon as he did, they rotated that ball down into the interior, and they executed.
Hastings around to Henry. Probably should have been a foul there. Now Boone finds himself wide open for the triple. Can't get it. Man, super surprised with that physicality outside. But there wasn't a foul called. Weeks now pulls the trigger. No dice. And now Hollis with an ambitious drive. Can't get it, but Porter with the putback.
Noah Porter doing a great job being active on the offensive rebounds, and once you do that, you'll get rewarded at some point with a second chance opportunity, and that time you capitalized.
McMonigal comes in at the media timeout, as we will take a break, and we'll be right back after this.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-72.
And we're back just outside of 15 to go. Hastings over to McMonigal. Now over to Hastings. Boone trying to work it inside. Shot clock at 7. Porter rises up and gets fouled. This one goes against Profit, who will be the first non-starter to collect a foul today.
Noah Porter was able to get the ball one-on-one against an outside defender in a 2-3 zone, and he's almost always going to win that. He's either attacking the line or he's attacking the basket, and that time he's going to fall at the line, which almost seems inevitable at this point in time.
Porter's second makes the adjustment. (28-40). Weeks gives it off to Profit. Back out to Cooper, who drives, kicks out to Lewis. Taylor His pass intercepted by McMonagle as Hollis tries to speed up past the defenders and gets fouled on his way to the hoop.
And Jaden Hollis always running 110 miles per hour. Defensively flying into those lanes, trying to not allow the offense to get penetration off of him. And in transition, you're going to see that same breakaway speed and that same aggression towards the basket.
And a big notice here, 4 fouls through the first basically 5 minutes of the second half out of Neosho County. Weeks is going to check out. He's got 2. Pewaukee really the only one in some kind of trouble right now with 3. That was Lewis's first. As Hollis goes 2 for 2.
Now that Weeks subs out, you'll see Porter sub out, try to give him a breather, get ready for that next matchup coming up in the next couple minutes when they sub back in. But like you said, 4 fouls already in 6 minutes of play. If Fort Scott can string together some stops, they could see some easy trips to the line and cut into this lead.
Lewis getting across midcourt. And now Cooper trying to take to the hoop. Can't get it to fall. They flip it out to Profit. Mid-range 2 is good.
Too many second chance opportunities by Neosho County being created. Fort Scott not doing a great job of boxing out after the shot goes up right now.
Deep pass to Boone. McMonagle now over to Hastings for the triple. Can't get it. And it's rebounded by Carabello. Cooper back out. Carabello with the floater. Can't get it. Profit with the putback. Third try. No dice. And Taft. Taft finally grabs it. A kickball violation against Profit. 12-point game. These takes to the rim with a little bit of animosity behind him, Michael.
Yeah, now the offensive rebounds by Neosho County prompting that Noah Porter early substitution back in, hoping to put a bandage on such a terrible defensive rebounding clinic in these last couple minutes.
Taft looking for an open lane. Has to kick out. Hastings. 6 seconds as Taft works inside and 1.
And Marco Taft, such a stout man, 6 foot flat, but as strong as those 6'6" people down there, and that's what he uses. He uses that strength down low to create that contact. He embraces it and gets the easy M1.
That was Carabello's second. Hastings, a big 3. Bumps it to 35-42. A 7-point game as it sits. We'll take a break and we'll be right back.
Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
And we're back. 7-point game after the serendipitous possession out of Fort Scott. Sure weren't counting on that 3 to happen, but man, are they glad that it did.
Yes, they are. It sparked a brand new fire under them. They got momentum on their side now. The crowd's with them. Anybody games at this point in time.
This ball tipped back into the hands of Weeks. Now back to Taylor underneath the bucket, and he gets the 2. Back up to 9 points here. Porter gives off to Hastings. Hastings now back out. Hollis, deep 3. Can't get it. And it's rebounded by Cooper. Carabello. They work it out to Weeks, and now Taylor on the perimeter. Doesn't take the shot. And a big air ball there as he gets his own rebound, and this one's tipped into the hands of Hastings. McMonigal hands off to Hollis. Now McMonigal for the triple. Can't get it. Rebounded by Pewaukee. Now he'll take a 3, and he cashes.
You saw in the first half, that's a guy you can't lose on the perimeter. He's a guy that'll make you pay and make you regret. And right there he does, making it a 12-point game yet again.
Hastings working with Porter at the point. Gotta find some points here on this possession, you feel. And that one a foul as Porter was driving inside. That does go against Weeks, fortunately enough, as that would have been Pewaukee's 4th. But that is Weeks' 3rd. So not very fortunate in general, but still better than having one of your leading scorers in immediate foul trouble. Another media timeout. We'll take a break. We'll be right back after this.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live. Weeks picked up his 3rd foul. Porter at the line for his 4th time today. Grabs the first of his pair of free throws. And the second as well. Pewaukee out and around to Lewis, and now Carabello. Here's Lewis looking to drive against Hollis. Inside to Profit. Quick ball movement here out of Neosho County. A contested long two from Lewis does not fall. 10-point game as Hollis takes it down the floor. Boone to Hollis on the near side. Porter back outside the perimeter as Boone slings it. Hastings, cash.
And McKean Hastings picking up the workload that Miles McGonigal had in the first half, sparking a newfound life into this offense yet again.
Carabello moves it into Profit, who takes the two, and it swirls out. 40-47 is the score. Hollis to Porter. Back out to Hollis, who gets the inside pass, dropped in by Devin Boone. Wow.
Devin Boone been back cutting all night into that lane. The first time he's been able to do it with success, and it comes at no better time.
Carabello's shot does not go. McMonigal recovers the rebound. And now Hollis looking to drive inside, draws a foul. And that will go against number 0, that's Lewis. Lewis collects his second. That'll be the 7th team foul, which means bonus 1-1 for Jaden Hollis. Big time free throws coming up for the young point guard. Gets the first.
And Drake, with 8.5 minutes left, that bonus is going to play a big factor coming down the stretch. Not a very high scoring game. The free throws can make all the difference.
And not to mention only one foul on the other side for Fort Scott. So not even close to bonus for them. Or, well, I guess bonus for Neosho County, that would be. Interior pass, and a travel called against Weeks.
And Fort Scott getting bailed out by a great possession by Neosho County, finding their big man under the basket. A travel call. All the momentum in the favor of Fort Scott right now.
A lot of momentum here. 3 points away from a tie game. Hollis, his pass tipped into the hands of Carabello, but a good look by him to the interior to Noah Porter. Taylor kicks out Pewaukee. They're just gonna eat this one and can't get the rebound. Weeks goes back up, can't get it. Porter. That is one of those situations you would have liked to see the Greyhounds come down with the first board. Porter can't get the first try. McMonigal gets it! Miles McMonigal! Tie ball game! Inside, McMonigal does foul on the floor, and honestly, a pretty good one. I'd say that's a great foul.
A great foul, your second team foul. Winks has been a problem interiorly offensively the whole game. A great foul by Miles McGonigal to save the easy 2 points.
Yeah, not only that, keeps the morale, the hype rolling right now on the Fort Scott side. You still got a tie ball game as Weeks surely was going to go up and drop that one in for 2. So you'd like to see that defense kind of reset, collect themselves, reestablish a perimeter, what am I trying to say? Reestablish a presence on the floor, and then try to get that ball turned over or just another good board. But I want to go back to that situation where Pewaukee was on the corner there, and I want to kind of iterate the fact that that first rebound did not come down in Fort Scott's hands. Now, I know they got the second, but if you're going to eat a three-pointer from a big-time shooter like Pewaukee like that, you best get the rebound on that kind of situation.
Yeah, you kind of see Fort Scott at times getting lazy on those shot attempts. They're kind of watching the ball. They're not finding a body to box out. And it's going to come down to that. You cannot allow any second chance efforts right now. Make those first possessions count. And when you get a stop, don't allow a second or third chance. That can make all the difference right now.
Well, and for Neosho County, you got to try to silence this crowd. You got to try to do something to pick the momentum back up. Everybody's on their feet. This entire stadium cheering for Fort Scott. Obviously, it's a home game for them here in Arnold Arena, which is a very, very loud stadium, I must add. And right now, you've got an inbound incoming, a reset of the hype. Now everybody back to being loud for Fort Scott. Got to do something here if you're Neosho County, but if you're Fort Scott, thrive. Live with what you got. Three from Pewaukee, can't get it. The rebound into the hands of Profit, and we've got a foul.
Well, Drake, like we just mentioned, there's those corner threes. You got to expect those long rebounds. You got to be boxing out, and you got to have intent to grab that rebound no matter where it goes.
18 seconds on the shot clock. No, they'll reset to 20. Oh, yes, because it was a foul. Makes sense. Pewaukee guarded closely by Hollis as they flip it to Carabello. Driving the base and goes up, can't get it. This one poked out, picked up by Hastings, and a jump ball called. It will go to the Greyhounds. So honestly, a pretty good jump ball there from Fort Scott to strip that ball away from Profit and get it back in their possession. A chance to take the lead. Boone letting things develop. As Hollis, cross court to McMonigal, over to Hastings, and now Boone looking to drive over to Porter, and it's stripped away. That's a great pickpocket by Cooper, and almost just as good out of Hastings, I would say. I'm not gonna lie, Michael, I think I like the no call on the left side of the floor. On the right side, though, I feel like very similar situations, just a bit more of a collision. I mean, I see where the foul's coming from, but I don't know. What's your take?
I imagine it's just the more contact in this one down here on the other side of the court. Caballos is kind of embracing that contact while Porter's kind of just wishing for it, you know. Caballos, he's a very aggressive rim attacker. Porter kind of just falls towards the rim and hopes there's a defender to make contact with him.
That is a big-time missed free throw. Interesting stat here, Michael. The Neosho County Panthers have not hit double-digit points here in the second half. They are sitting at 9 points on the half. Not enough scoring to get the job done. Hastings trying to drive, goes up, no foul called. An outraged crowd as they swing it around the perimeter. Pewaukee, this one off his foot. Boone with the quick transition to Hollis, and he gets fouled. He'll be shooting two. That goes against Taylor, his second.
And what a battle it's been between Taylor and Hollis all night. Identical builds, identical roles, and they've both played each other very close. It's been a very fun battle to watch in the backcourt.
Hollis, ice in his veins on that free throw, makes it count. Tie ball game once again, and that tacks on to that bonus there for Fort Scott as well, up to 8 for Neosho County. Hollis takes the lead. 49-48. Greyhounds out in front as it stands. Cooper swings out. Taylor for the triple. Gets it. Big three-pointer out of Neosho County's Taylor. Hastings trying to drive, a bit of a rash selection on the shot. Gives it right back to Neosho County, and now Cooper kind of trotting down the floor, feeling a little bit on a leg maybe. Trying to take himself out of the play. Carabello working out the points. Taylor going against Hastings as he puts up a shot, no good. Rebound Hollis as he takes off, but will slow down at the perimeter. 2-point game. And a wrap up here. Carabello will get charged with his third.
And one more foul here, Drake, and you're going to see Fort Scott guaranteed 2 free throws at the line each time. Just going to show how important this bonus is playing into the favor of Fort Scott's hands right now.
9-4 is the score. Hollis with a chance to tie it up here. (50-51). And there it is. 51 all. A quick push down the floor. Neosho County trying to apply some pressure. Carabello drives the base. Oh no! If this goes against Cass Henry, I don't know if I agree with it. Now, I will say I didn't see the contact with J-Twan Mike. There it is. It is against Mike, so I will hold my peace. But a big block by Henry. I don't even think Mike really needed to be in the equation. But now Weeks with some pressure on these free throws.
Yeah, J-Twan Mike there, just noticing a lack of height against Weeks, the tallest player in the court. He's just trying to do a little too much to make an impact on that shot. And that gives the Panthers their 5th foul, so now they are in the bonus for the rest of this game too.
And Weeks currently 2 for 6 from the foul stripe today. So something to note there, as he has been not a, I would say, reliable source of free throws, but does have a pair, so knows what it feels like to get it through, and does there.
A very good looking free throw at that.
Yeah, I would have to agree. A nice stroke. Now this is really the separator here to make it kind of a full possession. And it won't go. 3 for 8 on free throws tonight for Cooper Weeks. Hollis swings to Mike. Porter takes his try at a tray. Can't get it, and it's rebounded by Carabello. Pewaukee working his way inside. Weeks from 3. Cash.
And Weeks showing Porter how it's done from behind the arc. 2 uncharacteristic shots from both teams. You're not used to it. One person does it, the other person does. And that's all the difference.
And we've got a timeout called, full timeout. I'm gonna say, did they count that as a 2 or a 3?
I gotta say, it must have been a 2 because they were 52 to 51.
Yeah, well, I think it was
triangle. It looked like it was deep enough to be a 3, but he must have a big shoe size.
And just got verification. That was, in fact, a 2.
That's big for Fort Scott.
That's a big change.
Yes.
That makes it a difference. Now, I was being quiet because I wanted to try and see if I could pick up on what that was. But that makes it a difference between 2 possessions and a long 1 possession. So regardless of what goes on throughout these next few possessions, if you can keep that distance, if you're Fort Scott, coming down to the wire, you will have a chance in the last possession.
And that's all you got to do if you're Fort Scott.
Just got to give yourself a chance.
Give yourself a chance. You've done it this whole second quarter. You've barely allowed the Panthers to get over 10 points this half, and you've, on the contrary, scored almost 40. So tip your cap to that already. These last 4 minutes, don't let that be all for nothing. Give yourself a chance going into these final minutes.
Yeah, they came into this half with 39. Now sitting at 54. It's a 15-point half as it stands. Taft was looking to pull the trigger to try and tie it up. So here's Boone. And his pass taken away. Well telegraphed, read by Carabello. Over to Carabello, driving the base, and Boone takes it away this time. Gets his revenge. McMonigal, his pass inside to Porter, and he's fouled by Weeks. That will be Weeks' 4th, which is something to note. And now double bonus for Noah Porter as McKay and Hastings steps on.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not quite.
And if you're Weeks, not the smartest foul you can make there. It's your 4th foul on an entry pass that gives Noah Porter a very comfortable free throw shooter. 2 shots guaranteed.
Yeah, and he misses the first. That's one I'm certain he wanted back. But right now with 3 shooters in for Fort Scott, Porter makes the second. Brings it back to a 2-point game.
Fort Scott in that 2-3 defense now.
Here's Pewaukee trying to drive the paint. Kicks out to Carabello. Well adjusting Greyhounds team. Cooper kicks inside to Weeks. 2 seconds on the shot clock. No, he does not get it in time. Great defense by the Greyhounds.
And a great adjustment by Coach Glover to audible to that 2-3 zone defense, and knowing that the Panthers are just looking for a 2-point bucket to make it a 2-possession game. You don't need a 3-pointer to do that at this stage. The 2-3 zone just shutting all opportunities down inside of the arc.
Inside to Boone, over the top. Porter gets fouled, and that will be it. That's it for Cooper Weeks. With 2:44 left in the 4th quarter,
wow, that is a big foul defensively for the Panthers. You lose your interior presence in Cooper Weeks. That allows Noah Porter to have the size advantage down low versus anybody else they bring in. That could make all the difference when it's coming down to 2-point buckets down the stretch.
And looking at Noah Porter's shooting percentage from the stripe, it's been pretty efficient. 8 for 10 tonight. That's a majority of his 12 points. And we'll see if he can double up here. Missed his first on the last trip. Cashes in on this one.
Drilled it, for that matter. Just a very comfortable stroke. This late in the game, you have to imagine you keep trying to force the ball to Noah Porter, let him create that contact and try to get to the stripe.
Gets the second. Back to a tie game here. 54 apiece. Down inside of 3 minutes. No more interior play from Cooper Weeks, as he'll have to sit and hope his team can do the rest. And a big and one.
And Devin Boone letting Noah Porter know right away, you gotta be smarter than that. You cannot leave your feet when you get beat underneath your 2-3 zone. You have to stay disciplined, contest them cleanly, and don't allow those three-point plays.
Well, and also, if you're Porter, you've got to be able to, if you know you're going to foul, block the shot, prevent the shot. You can't give the and one.
Make them earn them.
And Neosho County has not been great at the foul stripe. You'd love to take your chances on something like that. Now another 2-point separation. Porter gets it to the interior, and he's fouled again. This time comes from Profit, which will be his second.
Noah Porter now shooting his 13th and 14th free throws.
I was wrong. That was not Profit on the foul. They called it against Taylor, and Taylor, that is his third. Porter cashes in on his first.
And Fort Scott seemed to found their remedy offensively, feed Noah Porter down low, and the Panthers have no plans of letting him get a shot off cleanly.
Another two-piece for Porter from the foul stripe. He's got only 2 buckets from the floor, and right now sits at 16 points. And close from Hollis, but he did get a good piece of that forearm. A nice attempt, but that will be Hollis's third. And now making him earn it. This is Pewaukee, this is his first trip, and gets it to go.
And that's a foul you hate to see Jaden Hollis commit as your field general. You'd hope he could have a little more of a clean contest or a clean steal attempt right there this late in the game.
Pewaukee leaves it short, but it just trickles in. 58-56. Fort Scott holding on to the tail of Neosho County. They are not letting go. Porter flips it to Boone. 13 on the shot clock. As Hollis tries to work to the interior. Hastings takes the three. It's off the mark. And it will stay with the Greyhounds. We'll see. Looks like they want to review this. And that it will be. So we will step aside for a moment and see if this review stands or goes the other direction. We'll be right back.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grasp, gets it away, Moore's down the middle, and he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release Race the Craw Can. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
And we're back. 2-point game. Fort Scott does keep possession after the review. 1:25 to go in this contest as the inbound gets to McKay and Hastings. McMonagle, they are guarding him closely this time around as he has been lights out from outside the arc. He takes it this time, can't get it, and it's rebounded by Cooper. Now for Neosho County, any extension of this lead with a basket on the floor will certainly do this game in, I would say.
Yeah, the basket would separate it 2 possessions, and assuming they score it in the next 10 seconds, there'll be under 50 seconds left to play, leaving Fort Scott 2 possessions down in a very tough chances for them to create themselves. They haven't found any comfortable offensive opportunities. That hasn't been Noah Porter creating contact down low. Within these last 50 seconds, Neosho County going to be very disciplined and not allow Noah Porter to just lean into them and get a whistle blown for him.
58 seconds to go. 58-56 is the score. Neosho County leads with possession.
For Fort Scott, a stop is a must here, and you have to find an answer offensively where you can be comfortable with scoring with anybody here not being from the free throw line.
They get it into Taylor. Dish out to Cooper, who drives, takes a floater, can't get it to fall. And a foul called against Fort Scott. 43 seconds to go, so it will be 1-1 here for Neosho County.
And Noah Porter just not able to fully box out Profit, and he just was able to blaze on past, and Noah Porter just chucking him in the middle of the air. Profit got a chance to make it a 2-possession game here with just over 40 seconds left.
Profit is 0 for 1 from the stripe. Gets the first.
And that was also Noah Porter's 4th foul. This late in the game, you're not sure how much of a difference it's going to make, but it's definitely something to consider.
And the second is in as well. It's got to be a quick bucket here if you are Fort Scott. Now, do you go for the 3 now, or do you hope for a chance at 3 on the next possession, hoping for probably a missed free throw? That's the question here. Boone rises up, can't get the rebound. Taylor kicks it deep to Cooper, and it's in for 2. And I gotta say, 6-point game, Michael. It's gonna be a long shot here for Fort Scott.
It really is. That's a gutting blow those last 20 seconds. Neosho County just dominating possession right there. Drilling those 2 free throws and getting a great stop defensively, forcing a not a very high percentage shot out of Devin Boone, a running floater and double team, going down in transition and scoring in the same 5 seconds. Now with down 6 points in these last 20 seconds, the one thing that was going for Fort Scott in the majority of the game was the perimeter shooting. So Miles McGonigal, McKean Hastings, those guys got to come alive these last dire couple of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, those guys have pretty well been silent here in this second half. Only 2, or no, not in the second half, but in this last couple of minutes. Hastings kind of taking up the mantle of the 3 ball, whereas McMonagle had one big-time 3 to try and bring this one back within reach. Couple of leads there for Fort Scott. And right now, I just don't think it'll be enough. But You never know.
Never say never.
Never say never. Not until the buzzer rings.
Nope.
22 seconds. You got to get a quick shot here, and I think it's got to be a three-pointer as well. They find Porter. Hastings, long three is off the mark. Taylor gathers the rebound, and now they'll work it down the floor. 7 seconds left. And we've got a foul at 2 seconds.
The cheers coming in from Neosho County with 2 seconds left. A 7-point differential, a chance to make it 8. I don't think it's humanly possible for Fort Scott to come away at this one.
Eight-point lead as Cooper drops down both of those. And there's the buzzer. A hard-fought game tonight here by Fort Scott. On a 4-game win streak, they go to 9-2 on their last 11 games. A very hard-fought game, just unfortunate to come away with the loss. So, with that, we will send it into the post-game show. As Michael, any thoughts on this game? You know, looking at the scoring sheet, a lot of guys doing some damage here for both teams. Just for Fort Scott, a lot of it came from the foul stripe.
Yeah, the first half so really got it. They were only able to score 20 points, and that was thanks to the desperation efforts of Miles McGonigal from the perimeter, just being on one tonight. Other than that, just no answer offensively. That 2-3 zone, that high pressure that Neosho County showed right away was all the difference. That first half, that separation, their score being doubled right away, that's what broke the game for you if you're Fort Scott.
Well, I believe we will have Coach Glover coming up here for the post-game coaches interview, as he was headed this direction and went to go grab some stats real quick. Say that. And now he is headed to the locker room. So we will go ahead and leave this one empty for tonight on the post-game show. A pretty devastating loss at that. 8 points difference. Shout out to Noah Porter. I mean, 4 points from the floor, and then at the end of the game, coming away with a total of 16. I mean, a big-time role player, but that will just about do it here for us at Fort Scott. We once again thank you for your viewership, and we hope you all have a great night and hope to see you all next time. We will not, unfortunately, on the schedule, we do have Ellsworth baseball planned, but due to some scheduling complications, we will not be broadcasting those this week. So we will move into next week's schedule, where we will see you next time on Fort Scott Sports Live. Thanks again for watching, and you all have a